I need to ask Tarn what they're doing with the intro. I gotta love this, like, spontaneous fucking headache from the smoke. Jesus. Longdeath does the start. I was actually starting to wonder when that record was gonna arrive. Because it's like... When did I order that? It's been a while. I'm actually kind of curious about when I purchased it. It shipped on June 25th. So what, 3 months? Arrived September 29th. Estimated delivery date was July 9th. Wow. That's all I can say there is just wow. I mean, it's 2020, right? Shipping is just fucked. Let's see, I have a record that was supposed to arrive on the 21st. One that's supposed to arrive November 17th. One that's supposed to arrive October 20th. One that's supposed to arrive on October 20th. Two that are supposed to arrive on the 20th. And one that's supposed to arrive November 24th. Although one of those is a tape. And I have permission to stream 2, 3, 4 of those. 5 of them, actually. All 5 of them, actually. We'll see. See, China, yeah. China's a... I didn't like ordering things from China before COVID-19. Just because stuff would take forever and often never arrive. Hey, what year is it? 57. I'm going to play today until my monitors arrive. All right. There's a Reddit thread up if anybody would like it. Let's dive in, shall we? So, population is still locked. Fortress is becoming more and more convoluted. We have 2 different factions paying us tribute every... Well, 2 different places paying... from 2 different factions paying us tribute every year. I'm beginning the structural buildings for corner towers for the fortress. I want to put another layer on this upper wall, and this will be like our battlements layer. So I'll go out of another one or another tile and put fortifications up there. I don't know if we'll ever actually use them. As far as the actual design for this fort goes, if anybody doesn't know kind of what's up with this fort, let me know in chat right now, and I will tell you. We have this big tower that I still have yet to do anything with or even put a roof on. We have kind of the fully walled off section. We have all these walkways. I'm thinking about making another walkway kind of at the top, going up to the top because it looks nice. We have this naturally occurring aqueduct that we built around, which is a river. We have a bunch of walkways down here with the suspended temple. Needs more work. If we go down a ways, we'll start seeing the constructed buildings. We have our stone storage over there on the right. We have pigs and stuff in the center. Bottom right, we have a little temple to the god of the earth. We have our food storage up top. 2 guild halls in the top of the fortress. Food storage is kind of in the middle. On the bottom left, we have armor and weapon storage down beneath it. And then the rest of the fortress down here. Bedrooms around the outside. 1 tile beneath. We have the start of master suites that we are working on, where every dwarf gets their own personal office space. Down beneath it, we have our well. Bottom right's the old bedrooms, which have been deconstructed fully. And then down here is where we are digging out space for our terracotta army, storing coins almost every year when I remember. And Jellybutt, who's still in prison. And then beneath that, we have large open spaces that we've carved out and are continuing to carve out. And that's as far down as we've gone. What are guild halls? So a guild hall is an area that is like focused on a particular skill. So dwarves can do demonstrations. So in this case, in the Stonecrafters Guild, the dwarf Lump is leading a stonecrafting demonstration, which passively trains the other dwarves in that particular skill. Keeping them happy and giving them good thoughts. Like this one is watching a clothes making demonstration, and she feels satisfied after learning about clothes making without ever actually doing any clothes making. And she's also proud after teaching some stone crafting. So they're teaching each other stone crafting and learning about clothes making now. Yeah, except like with a barracks, you actually have to like schedule it, whereas with guild halls, they'll just kind of go do it on their own instead of socializing, which is interesting. Audio is one of our fortress-born dwarves who is very depressed, and I've kind of had a really hard time sorting it. He just is upset. I'm kind of hoping he'll kind of backfire and whiplash back to being happy like some other dwarves have. Stress and depression in this fortress isn't a huge problem, but there's the occasional problem dwarf that almost never recovers, so we're doing what we can. Currently, it is early winter of the year 57, so we're about to hit 58. You just realized they're dwarven schools? You only just figured that out? Yeah, I mean, children can learn skills, which is interesting. So you can actually have, like, kids grow up and already have schools, even if they've never made an artifact. Your chef/brewer die of depression? That's unfortunate. I hope that that's not too much of a loss on the fortress. I hope that your dwarf can continue eventually. You honored him well. I hope that you ate all of his food in his honor. If anybody would like to check in with their dwarf, let me know. Every single dwarf in the fortress is named. It's unfortunately very difficult to get a dwarf in this fortress because of, you know, the fact that we're capped, right? But we should be getting a couple new citizens pretty soon here because the cap is 45 and we're at 40. And then hard cap is 50. So currently we have Nervicious, Barons, Petra, Cheers Jamie, Hobo, Belug, Hot Cup of Tea, Rhinestone, Squug, Lump, Animal, Great Pedinsky, Astrobanjos, Eripterus, Hulking, Wave Thrash, Suey, Dragoman, Pablo, Scrumpet, Goats, Eternal, Jackie, Jacknarek, Pispan, Pilot, Audio, Slipple, Zalantre, Aegis, Eric Shadowblade, Horny, Bastet, Semtaxagon, Jellybutt, King, Focal Fury, DeBerries, Screw, and Euthyrus. Have I murdered any more people? No, you have not, actually. You've been, like, the pillar of happiness ever since your last time in prison. You still have, like, a broken foot and a lot of, like, massive scars from the beatings that you took. That's nothing. I've had way higher counts than 716. That's nothing. I've had that. No, I've had the dead and missing screen before in other forts in like the tens of thousands. So, like that's pansy shit. Let me tell you. As far as world news, my mountain home is still locked in combat with the goblins, although they appear to have won a little bit because there was 2 more goblin pits here, right? So these goblin pits have like kind of been pushed back a little bit. Although this one up here popped up. So these goblins are still locked in combat. Esm Wild Cloistered is very keen to take Spidery Desert for whatever reason. But little did they know, right behind them, this goblin faction is growing at an almost alarming pace behind them, so that's scary. Up here we have the elves, who kind of haven't really done much in the past few years. We have these elves up here, which also kind of haven't really done much in the past few years. And these elves down here, which also kind of haven't really done much. Then we have the humans down here, who were didn't really do anything until we started trading with them, and now we're trading with them, and they've since expanded quite a bit. They went from basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 towns to having 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 towns. So they've grown quite a bit since we started trading with them. Obviously, our rich Krasdorf ship is funding their economy. Down here, we have these 2 little towns as well from another human faction who are now also giving us tribute. I've got 2 factions that are giving us tribute now. So we are at war with the Ignited Creation, or not the Ignited Creation, the Joyous Devil. The Ignited Creation, which is our faction, is at war with the Joyous Devil, which is a goblin civilization. There is also a very widely known kobold group, Dratafalidus, who exists down beneath the human civilization, occasionally try and steal our shit. There's the Council of Men, who are paying us tribute yearly. And their parent faction, the Realms of Stone, comes and trades with us yearly. We also have Basti Jizmak, the group of alchemy, a human town, which is also paying us tribute yearly, who are of the Confederacy of Sport. And then there are the Fragrant Bear, which is the very peaceful elves that come by every year to trade, and we buy very delicious large animals from them and tell them that we keep them in our zoo for safekeeping. In reality, we just cook them and then sell them back to them in pieces. It's delicious. So we're kind of the grand trade hub of the world right now. Longdeath Millennium is the largest trade hub in the known world. Now, keep in mind, this world does have 11 living dragons, okay? 5 bronze colossi, and many other scary titans. We haven't seen any of them. We do have enough dwarves to attract them, and more than enough wealth to attract them, but none of them have shown up. As far as, like, were-creatures and vampires go, this world is minimal? No. We're perfectly legitimate business. Don't say such horrible things, Stone. Perfectly legitimate business. We offer you protection from the enemies that we can't defend you from. Perfectly legitimate business. Don't be silly. So, you know, how do tributes work mechanically? You hit C, you select a group, then you hit R, and instead of just raiding them, you then hit D on the combat, and you tell them to demand one-time or ongoing tribute. It doesn't seem to ever work with goblins. But it certainly has worked on the humans twice now. So. And then, like, they will send you tribute once a year, and then, which is usually like a small pile of junk, and then they'll come trade with you. So you get more people to trade with. So in the spring, now I get 2 human caravans that show up at like exactly the same time to trade. Which is interesting. Also, 2 different humans show up to at different times of the year to give me a small portion of goods. It's usually like a shield, some bags, maybe some sand, some other things. So like that's kind of interesting. But I can actually show you how it works when they show up. It's just like a single trader shows up and you get some stuff. It's pretty simple. I kind of wish that the traders would stick around. Oh yeah, and something that's kind of neat. Lump's significant other passed away, unfortunately. Lump's wife, Axon, died. Since then, he's had some anger problems. But the one thing that's really keeping Lump stable is his lover, who shows up once a year. Missed him. Lover of our outpost liaison. The outpost liaison shows up once a year to trade and, offer information about the surrounding lands, as the outpost liaison does. And, our dwarf is somehow in love with that dwarf, which I think is fascinating. No one is saying that, I like that you and me just, went on that exact same route. Immediately, it was, hello, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. God, I need that as a soundbite. Mr. Anderson. Oh, no. Hobo is harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. At least he's not tantruming, though. 118 years old. Such a sad story. Yeah, literally. They popped up at the exact same time. Sparkle Farts, how we do? Good to see you. That's quite the necromancer dog person you got there. Like I said, maybe at some point, I'll set up make it like an incentive or something to do a dramatic reading of that. I mean, they tend to. It's like the point of that game, right? Well, at least here's the thing. When Hobo is happy, he's very content discussing reproductive behavior. So that's good. Gotta go to bed and work tonight. Working the night shifts. Hey man, at least you're working. That's more than most people can say. Or some people can say, rather. How's our human doing? I'm Taxagon. Thrilled about a splendid statue. Pleasure near a fine door. Our poor human, very much misses family. Was horrified after seeing Disco Waffles die. How much lead do I have right now? 158, eh? How much, I should have checked. How much charcoal do I have? Lead statue, 70. Existing image. Dwarf in a spear. I was watching a bit of a stream last night. It was a friend of mine, Scott, Tamorag on Twitch. I like how this dwarf, Barons, is still singing, or still playing an instrument, simulating an instrument, or chanting or something, while going to go get a drink. But anyway, I was watching him play that. Yeah, you can create portraits. Unfortunately, that wouldn't actually help the dwarves' family, but like, you could actually. You know what? Hold on. I need to do something for Lump because I think that this would be cute. So Lump lost their lover, right? What's your favorite material? Iron. Okay. Iron statue. I need to look up the actual last name of this dwarf. Gush Gash Feb. That one. Cryo Shakespeare, hello. I mean, who doesn't want to? Oh, indeed, Cryo Shakespeare. Yeah, don't miss it. Although I need to check how many questions I have because I need to go. I'm gonna go through them tomorrow. I have 79 questions submitted, and I deleted about 50 yesterday. So most of those I deleted them because they were repeats or just dumb. Ba-da-dum. Any interesting deep dives on a mechanic? What do you mean? Oh, like for questions? I haven't looked too closely, honestly. It's a lot of people asking questions about myths and magic, actually. Oh, interrupted by combat by a buzzard. There's a bunch of dead buzzards. That time of year, it seems. You know, Aegis, I've literally made multiple crutches out of your favorite materials. Should be able to make it live. The VOD will be up the next morning, so if you miss it live, there will be a VOD up. So. What a lag right there. Moon didn't just roll over, I'm not sure. Actually, it's probably the buzzards that caused it. Audio's had a rough time, but really likes the military. So now I need to figure out where Lump's bedroom is, which shouldn't be too hard. Wait, hold on. Did I place the right one? That's it. Placed the wrong one first. And also, apparently I have another iron statue, which I'm just going to put up here. It's a board guy. One of our dwarves. So a statue should be placed. Yeah, I hope it goes smoothly. Like last time, minus the technical glitches, basically. Because last time did have some technical glitches, which wasn't ideal, but happens sometimes. 3 alpaca wool bags, an alpaca wool rope, 2 alpaca wool yarn, 5 artichoke hearts, 5 bilberries, black sand, 5 blue peafowl meat, a bronze buckler. You know, Stone, you're kind of like the real world unofficial bookkeeper. You know? Tech aside. Oh yeah, no, it's all technical stuff. Like, I got no problems talking to Tarn, and I don't know. Like I said before, the interviews that I get to do with him are, in my opinion, the best way I have of kind of giving back, you know? Like, as I talked about recently, if it wasn't for my stream team and the Dwarf Fortress community, I don't think I'd still be doing this full time. Or I probably would be, but it would be very different, right? So I kind of owe you guys a lot. And something that I don't really get to do. Something I don't really get to do is, you know, kind of give things back to the people who watch this stream, and putting together those interviews, producing them, and putting them up is one of the few things I think I kind of do. You know, like, they've brought back DF Talk now, so I think the interviews that I do are less cool. But that first one that I did was awesome, and it's been really cool to get a second opportunity to do that. Like, I've had people tell me that they've listened to it like 3-4 times now. And it's just bloody cool that I get the opportunity to do that. You wish more devs shared his design philosophy? There are other devs out there who do. It's just not the most profitable, unfortunately. All my piggies have been scared by the buzzards. How many dwarves do I have here? I have 40. One baby. The baby's or the child's actually kind of a really cool thing, because all of this child's extended family is in the fortress. All their aunts, all their uncles, their mother and father. Obviously not their deity, but the entire extended family's in the fortress. It's the first one of this generation that we have, which is really cool. Also, it's time to do clothing. Because I sold all of my clothing not too long ago. Because I just got to queue these up every year and a half or so. Depending on the sphere. Well, Jin the Red Rocks is the deity of jewels and wealth. But yeah, no, kind of the two interviews, because one thing I've learned over the years is one of the skills that I have developed and gotten decently good at while streaming is interviewing people. I'm good at talking to people. So kind of the two interviews that I really want to do after I'm done with Tarn this time, like after this round is done, is I want to do an interview with, I want to get Meph on the stream and just kind of talk to him about his design philosophy when doing tiles for Dwarf Fortress. Especially, like, I want to know what that workflow is like. Like, I really would like to know that process. And I'm very curious about, like, especially, like, Masterwork as well as Steam DF. I want to know what it's like, you know, working with Bay 12 and Kit Fox on graphics for Dwarf Fortress. I think that would be really interesting to do. And I was in talks with him, but then I started talking to Tarn about getting this one up and running, so this is probably just going to happen first. I think having Mephon will be a lot more casual. I won't take questions or anything. Like, I'll just write some down because I have a pretty good idea of what I want to talk about. Tarn, it's a lot easier to just be kind of general versus, like, polling the community. And then I also really would like to get Caves of Cud people on here, if possible. But I need to learn more about Caves of Cud to be able to, like, intelligently talk about it, and I don't think I'm there yet with Caves of Cud. So working on that. And then I'd also like to actually convince Epion to get on here to talk about Jupiter Hell, because, I don't know, Jupiter Hell is a fuckload of fun, and that game deserves more recognition. You know, like, I've talked about this for a bit, and it's, again, the reason why I'm not worrying about playing Spelunky today is, like, I just have no interest in streaming games that don't need or already get a lot of push behind them. You know, like, I do want to play Spelunky 2 and will play Spelunky 2, but I'm in no rush because my goal isn't to pull the numbers playing the new game. Hey, Jamie, your dwarf's still alive and pretty happy from what I can tell. I can check in a second if you like. I think that as somebody with a platform, it's infinitely more worthwhile to... play games that need that coverage. So the humans from the Confederacy of Sport have arrived with their yearly tribute. Can you respect sticking with DF? Thank you. I mean, that being said, you know, I also don't want to just be the DF guy. You know? I want to be the interesting games guy. Getting some media attention. God, I don't want to just be part of the media. All right, let's see what they brought us this time. From the group of Alchemy for this year of spring 58. One reindeer leather quiver. Let me screenshot this real quick. Of the Confeds of Spurt. One reindeer leather quiver. One rope reed thread. One rope reed dress. One crystal glass raw. 5 chopped dog liver. A cherry wood chest. A llama wool bag. And an iron buckler. Not bad. We could do without that wood chest, but they brought us an iron buckler, a llama wool bag. Someone will wear that dress, some thread that can be made into cloth, a leather quiver. I think that it's an honorable gift. Thank you very much for your ongoing protection, humans. There they go. They leave as it snows. Didn't mean to pigeonhole me. No, I'm not saying that you are, but some people certainly do. You know, like yesterday, I had a few people tune in rather, not irritated acting, but like confused as to why I wasn't playing Dwarf Fortress. And it's like, well, I'm not always going to play Dwarf Fortress. It's certainly a large portion of what I do because I like the game a whole lot, but it's not going to be the only game I play forever, you know? And I don't really want to pigeonhole myself as that. It's the same reason why, like, I'm a metalhead, but I don't just listen to metal. You know, I listen to a lot of different kinds of music. Nobody likes being pigeonholed. And I realize that some people will watch me only for Dwarf Fortress, and maybe they won't like other games I play, and that's fine. But just realize that that's something that's going to happen. There will be other games here. Because personally, I think games like Lost Flame deserve more recognition. You watch me because I play roguelikes. Proper roguelikes. Jesus. So few people who play proper roguelikes on Twitch. Speaking of, go buy this game, goddammit, people. Also, Stone, I don't know what happened. I put a buzzard's head on this pedestal, and it disappeared, so... I don't know what happened to that. Actually, I wonder. Oh, I can't set the details of a totem. That's unfortunate. I was thinking I could make a totem and tell them specifically to use... Aw, look at Baron's making cloth tunics. How do you like that new job? Ashamed after wearing old clothing. Well, I mean, you're working on tunics, so you should be able to, like, put on new clothing, you'd think, right? It's gonna take him a little while to actually get through all of the clothing. Something must have ate it. Or somebody threw... I have done multiple mass dumps of body parts, so maybe they threw it out. What makes it different from other roguelikes? It has a really cool combat system. It has multi-tile enemies, which is just rare in roguelikes to begin with. I've seen 4 and 6 tile enemies in that game. I've also seen 2x5 tile enemies. Big AoE attacks. It has a really interesting combat system where every single item has a different moveset, which isn't uncommon, but interesting and fun. It streamlines a lot of things. So there's a lot of stuff that's, you could say simplified, but at the same time, like there is no selling of items. You just find money sporadically. So you don't have to worry about gathering all your loot. It auto-sorts your inventory. Everything's very readable. It's super simple. You already bought Jupiter Hell, so you're not going to buy another game in 1 month. No, that's totally fair. But, like, it's one to stick on that wish list and watch, at the very least. Because it's a neat game. And we're fighting with all those buzzards. The elves have arrived in time to trade. Hello, pointy ears. That's a very... I wonder if they're getting pissed at me. Every year they've brought less. You know, it must be like one of their major exports. I mean, humans make a lot of clothing out of rope braid, right? But yeah, also, if you bought Jupiter Hell, leave a review. That's like the best way to help those games. Is the weight of the caravan conserved? What do you mean? Like, can they carry less? I mean, I would assume so because they've brought less pack animals. Might as well just take these iron bars back down. Oh, I mean, I won't know until I've looked. Oh, and some migrants have arrived. Let's just let them all arrive and we'll know who they are pretty quick. A named goat and a water buffalo calf. Just going to get this trading going. I'll just bring some food pots because I don't really have much in the way of trading stuff right now. All right, so we do actually have an opportunity to get a bunch of named adults into the fortress. So we'll do this one at a time. We have a carpenter who has a husband who's in the fortress. And they have a pet baby goat who will need to be pastured somewhere. So if you would like Atir, this married carpenter, raise your hand. We've got 3 more incoming. Is the Popcat set right? Yes. It's set to 45. I move it between 40 and 45 depending on how many dwarves we have at the time. If we haven't had any babies in a while that are growing up, I set it up to 45, and then I will drop it back down to 40 for a bit. So it's going to sit at 40 for a while after this. It's been long enough. I don't think Spitalier's been in this fort before, so. Or if you have, it's been a long time. You've had 3 Quatch, so it's going to be a while for you, unfortunately. Art is life, says Spitalier. Her hair is dry, and her very long hair is arranged in double braids. She has the appearance of somebody who is 82 years old. Her eyebrows are incredibly high, and her ears are broad. I mean, if somebody comes up and you have absolutely and there's like nobody else asking or that wants one, I'll totally dwarf you, Quatch. But for right now, I want to give it to people who haven't had the opportunity yet, you know? Spitalier likes Mudstone and Electrum. Well, you'll be right at home here. Personally, has a deep dislike of the natural world. Excellent. And dreams of creating a great work of art. Is absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. And she is utterly humorless. She never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. We like Electrum, Opal, and Hoods. Well, hold on. You like Hoods. I'll give you clothes making and weaving. I'll also give you stone crafting because we do quite a bit of that. I'm just going to take you off of woodworking. She does not often feel lustful, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she is slow to trust others. She ideally chews her lips when she idly chews her lips when she's bored, and her voice trails off when she is thinking. When she's thinking about something. She sticks her tongue out when she's thinking hard. And she interrupts others during conversations when she's annoyed. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes being outdoors, at least for a time. The next dwarf is Dishmab, who's an animal caretaker. This dwarf is Spitalier's hubby. So if you'd like to be Spitalier's husband, raise your hand in chat. Jobs will, of course, be... You were obliterated by gravity. R.I.P. Cryo? Cryo Shakespeare has joined the fortress. Your deity is Sungar, which is the god of persuasion and speech, unlike your wife, who worships the god of jewels. You're 65 years old, born on the first, and as one of the first of your kind. His long sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. I don't know why I'm doing an old man voice, so I'm going to stop now. His long beard is arranged in double braids, and his long hair is neatly combed. His short nose is somewhat narrow, and his hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. His eyelashes are somewhat long. Likes gypsum, plaster, and platinum, and tiger eye. Snail shell and the color yellow-green. Breastplates and backpacks and splints. He dreams of... Okay, so... You like backpacks, splints... Snail shell, gypsum, and platinum. All right, so you know what? We're going to give you metal crafting, bone carving, leatherworking. What else? Also give you bookbinding. Take you off of hunting. You tanning. He is curious and eager to learn, occasionally overindulges, and does not often feel lustful. He tries to keep things orderly and can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He is trusting, and he blows his breath out when he's annoyed. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. You must forge a platinum masterwork. That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. So we got 2 more dwarves left. We got Zephon, who's currently a woodcrafter and a trader. Of course, they'll both be jobbed up based on their likes. So who would like to be Zephon, the woodcrafter? I'm trying to give it to people who have not been in the fortress for a long time. Or never before, ideally. Boom, 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 boom. Sweet Sparkle and Max. I'll just name Max. We'll go with those 2. Max, you can have the trader. All right, so let's go to Sweet Sparkles first. Oh, sweet Sparkles. Thalal Sodel? That's an interesting last name. Thalal. Thalal. Member of the Ignited Creation and a member of the Eternal Adventure of Time. And he arrived in here in the 20th of Granite in the year 58. He is somebody who has the appearance of the first of his kind, and he is 59 years old. You worship the god Ashen, who's the god of earth, who we have a grand temple to. No friends or family. His sideburns are cleave-shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is neatly combed. He has an angular chin and cobalt eyes that are close set, and his slightly flattened ears have small lobes. His nose is somewhat narrow, his hair is ecru, and his skin is sandy taupe. He likes a little excitement now and again, and he likes to take it easy. He is often nervous, slow to anger, and isn't particularly curious about the world. He often feels envious of others, and he has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and generally acts impartially. He is rarely moved to mercy, and he likes to brawl. He is very humble, and he often acts impartially. He's rarely moved to mercy, and he likes to brawl. He often touches others during conversations, and he is when he's nervous specifically. Okay, and he licks his lips when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. So you lick your lips and touch others when you're nervous. All right. You like conglomerate and pig iron, yellow gossamer and cashew wood, seahorse leather, wild boar hoof, and amber and dragonfly men for their basted eyes. Okay. This dwarf seems like a problem. All right, so you got woodcrafting, I can give you gem cutting, and I'm also going to put you into the military because you like to brawl. Might as well train you in the military a little bit. And the last one we have to look at is Max, the trader, who's a worshiper of Onol, the god of mountains. Sorry. I might need to, we might need to change the subject. The Discord story. It's funny, but, careful. All right, so, Max says the quest for knowledge never ends. His eyebrows are quite dense, and his hair is gray with flecks of ecru. Kind of went places? Yep. I may have to have a discussion with Cyclone, that's all. He personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. He tends to make a small mess of his own possessions, and he tends to avoid crowds. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he is often cheerful. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and I have an eyelash in my eye. Ow! I was trying to get it out earlier, but... He's quite polite, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. All right, well, you like helping others, so I will give you all of the healthcare jobs. The quest for knowledge never ends. All right, then. Welcome to the Scholars. So I need to pasture that goat. I don't really have a place inside to pasture goats. So to keep the goat from dying, I have to basically put it out here. Apparently I have a yak bull. Buffalo calf and a goat. You're back to 3,000 tickets. Well, congrats. May you live long and prosper with many tickets for all eternity. All ticket eternity. Little bit of lag because... What are they doing up... Oh, I know what they're doing up there. They're deconstructing stuff. That's fine. It's like, it took me a second. I was like, did I queue all that up? I guess I did. Ba-dum-bum. Over the add a word story? Why are you losing your mind? 3,500 hours on the goddamn dot, Belug. It feels like just yesterday you hit 1,000 hours. Also, why is there blood in your bedroom? Dwarf? Oh, it's buzzard blood. That's fine. That's fine. No issues there. I might actually need some more bedrooms. 2, 3. Well, that one's available, but it's for long-term residents. Yeah, I think I need some new bedrooms. Yeah, I think I need 3 new bedrooms. Nope, there's one. It's owned by nobody, so I can give it to Cryo and Spitalier. Give that one to Max. Okay, so Sweet Sparkle Farts needs a bedroom. You know, I think I'm gonna just give you the one that's just available. This one. There you go. When did you become a swordmaster? A long time ago. You've always liked the idea of the military, so you're the yearly buzzard control. The buzzard control basically is the squad that I activate. You're also part of that crew that goes and informs the humans that if they do not send us yearly tribute and trade with us every year, we will kill them all. Which is a perfectly legal business venture. Okay? There ain't no racketeering going on here. It's a perfectly legitimate business venture. We offer them legitimate security against the looming threats of the world in favor of them bringing us stuff every year, okay? Like I said, perfectly legitimate business venture. Yeah. So, that's a thing we do. But, yeah, so you're part of the perfectly legitimate business ventures that we go around and do. Yeah, exactly. You're collecting what is ours, rightfully, as dwarves, in the absolute realm. I don't know what you're suggesting, Stone. That sounds like a load of nonsense, honestly. But yeah, it's a good time. Issue is one of our military dwarves' audio is a depressed little shit who's always sad and used to be happy and enjoyed it, but I think it might be time to remove him from the military. How many years has it been? We are on year 58, the 28th of Granite. So -5. So we're at 52. 52 years in the fortress of Longdeath. Bum, bum, bum. Petra also feels vengeful when joining an existing conflict, but is wearing plenty of new clothing that she's made. Hey, Mr. Chippy. Send him to conquer some small kobold town somewhere? Absolutely not. You know, if we have a dwarf who's upset and sad, we're going to do our best to rehabilitate them. I'm not just going to suicide dwarves into the poor kobolds that don't need to be killed anyway, because, well, there aren't any known kobold towns in the overworld right now. I know where they are because I've looked at legends, but... No, I will not do that. They're a member of the fort, they're a member of the family, and we are going to do our best to take care of them. The fort rulers? I mean... Who's in your family? Well, I mean, you're Axon and Lump. Axon unfortunately passed away. Lump is, you know, in a relationship with one of the most important dwarves in our faction, the Outpost Liaison. And your best friend is Screw. Well, not your best friend, but your second best friend, Screw, is the expedition leader right now. So, Screw's been in the fortress for a long time. I mean, any dwarf family is a big family, right? But the difference is they're all in the fortress generally. Like Padinsky, for example. Right? Has been in the fortress for a long time. Not the happiest dwarf, but was one of the lovers of Axon, but has many kindred spirits in the fortress. You have hundreds of years to take over. The one problem that I really have with this fort right now is that we had a Baron early who died. I should have waited. Should have waited! And I also should have selected a Baron that actually had kids instead of just being married. And then they both died really quick. Which sucks because we'll never get another Baron. How bad is that? It means we'll never get another Baron. So pretty bad. Unless our king dies, and we happen to have king's relation in the fort. Oops. I missed trading with the elves. Yes, and it does suck, Max. Nope, won't get another one ever. Or rather, the only way that we can get one is if royalty decides to move into our fortress and we don't have a high enough population for that to happen. Unless the mountain home gets destroyed. Which could happen. I mean, they've been at the mountain home for us is actually kind of sad. It's this fortress right here. It's the Dwarven, best name, the Dwarven Fortress of Trumpet Stroke. But the Tomb of Planks. That's our mountain home. The thing about them is they've been at war with the goblins right here. I think I might be covering it with these guys over at Spidery Desert for, I don't know, 1,000 years since I've started. So for like the entirety, they've been constantly at war, and our king has been constantly at war with them. So hundreds have died there. Is that dragon? Dude, there's like 11 dragons in this world, so I assume so. They can't all be dead yet. God knows where they are. There's also a bunch of rocks. Like, there's a lot of big, like, land titan and air titan creatures in this world. I don't know about Hydras. I don't think there's any Hydras, but there's definitely, there was 11 dragons when we started, so I'm assuming they're all still alive. I haven't seen any of them yet. I was kind of hoping we would, to be honest with you. But we haven't, so... Haven't even seen a were creature yet. We have enough dwarves to see were creatures. Which, of course, would be fun. I'm actually going to make a little pathway right here. Although, as far as I can tell, our gods haven't really cursed many people, so I'm kind of expecting if we do get cursed people, they will be in our fortress. And we'll see them get cursed. But I haven't had anybody go punch a statue in a temple yet. I timestamp a lot of things. The problem with a lot of the things I could timestamp for this particular world right now is it's a lot of mundane things which don't make for great videos. You know, that and I've just been fucking exhausted recently, so it's been difficult to actually do things aside from streaming recently. I'm just doing the news videos, and then that's kind of it currently. Let's deal with all these buzzards and everything. But yeah, if we do get any kind of Titan, absolutely, it'll get time-stamped. Yeah, no, we've easily put 100+ hours into this fortress already. So, well, we'll see where we're at. What happens to a cursed dwarf? Well, a cursed dwarf becomes either a were creature or a vampire. Fortunately, if they get cursed in your fortress, you get a notification, so you know who it is. It's basically a matter of lock them up and figure out what they are. If they turn into a were creature at the full moon, then they're a were creature. If they don't, then they're not. Then they're a vampire. So. Dear human, how's your clothing doing? Look at all of that lovely large clothing we made for our human. Our human has like nothing to want. But yeah, no, vampires are very unlikely in this world right now. Someone left cheese in their bedroom and it's rotten. Audio, go get yourself some nice clothing. God damn it. Goddamn twit. Disgusted after retching a miasma from the withered plump helmet and rotten pig meat that you left in your bedroom. Yeah, that's your own fault. Good thing those rooms have doors. Yeah, they just get to suffer themselves. They don't need to make other dwarves suffer. We can quote that because I don't get enough new quotes. Quote 317. Technically, I did that not 20 minutes ago, but I can do it again. Or maybe not 20 minutes before you arrived. Just kind of, we'll do an over from a top down. Got the upper wall, aqueduct, and upper layer. Middle layer with one temple in it. Main fort, well, the second fortress layer, main, where we have prisons at the bottom. Kind of middle area is food storage. Left is armor storage. Right is stone storage. Top is 2 guild halls. We have a library and a hospital up at the top. Hospital's doubling as a guild hall. And then we have our zoo right beneath the library. Bedrooms around the edges. Old bedrooms and old offices, defunct. Our quarry and terracotta army, as well as history of the fortress up at the top. And all of our coffins. Another quarry. Bunch of silver ore veins and more stone. And that's about it. It's true, you could just walk up to your porch and flash people. I can't remember the context of that one at all. Then again, most of these I don't remember the contexts of. This is going to be given to Pilot. One will be given to Astro. It really is. It's kind of an epic map, for lack of a better term. Kind of an epic map. I mean, we've got 279 books in the fortress. Like, a lot of books. It's a whole lot of books. Most of them are copies of books that we've written. I think we have like 30-something written volumes. Got one on animal diets, treatise on the animal, the meaning of ignorance. Okay, that one I want to read. This is a well-written goat. This is a well-crafted goat parchment choir. Written on the item is an essay entitled The Hidden Meaning of Ignorance, authored by the great Padinsky. Concerns the value of knowledge. The writing is fairly cheerful, yet somewhat self-indulgent. Prose is not awful, but not very good either. Knowledge is very valuable. I have all of it, and you can have none of it. Nah. The book. That's a new one. Wonder when he wrote that. We've got Lump, who's making scrolls. In script with walls. Do you mean like making pixel art of the B movie in Dwarf Fortress? Or do you mean like engraving it on walls? Because you wouldn't be able to engrave it on walls. You'd run out of words. I wonder if anybody's read the entire B movie script on stream. No, that would be crazy. No one would ever do that. I've got 3 things that claim that they've been sent out for delivery according to the Amazon website. But they also haven't been shipped yet, according to the Amazon website. It says they're out for delivery and arriving today, but none of them have been shipped yet. 11:40. What point do I start to wonder? I'm gonna go ponder reproductive behavior. Good luck there, Lump. Good luck with your pondering. Let's check in with Pablo. Satisfied at work? Feels funness thinking after remembering talking with a friend. Mr. Free... I don't know which Mr. I like more. Mr. Freeman or Mr. Anderson. I think those are like close to the same level of Mr. last name quotes for me. Mr. Anderson is up there with Mr. Freeman. Gordon. Mr. Freemanson. Mr. Freemanson. Cloth gloves is done. Fits like a glove, as they say. We shall also start making blocks once again. Even though all of these block storages are rather full. I'm going to make a construction over here, which is going to probably be 2 floors. And this is going to be a block storage, because we have boulder storage up there. We probably should make a block storage, yeah? Actually, what's a material I have a lot of that I could make a building out of that's not nice? This is only a mean building. Granite, it is. The Longdeath thing. I mean, one of my hopes with this fortress is eventually we'll get our own weird in-jokes related to this fort. That you'd only really know if you watched this fort, you know what I'm saying? Like, only true fans of Longdeath Millennium get this joke. Doctors everywhere confused by the bizarre references to reproductive behavior on the internet, which the dwarves pondered for 1,000 years. 1,000 years in, and they're still pondering reproductive behavior. Militia captain cancels building. Too depressed. Feels bad. All right, let's get doors in. Now we can work on the second layer. Is granite and ice the same color in Dwarf Fortress? It's starting to look like it. Okay, so bar block stockpile. Go here. And remove metal. And probably other materials too, because I don't really want charcoal there. Yeah, so get rid of those. Man, having that one hyper-depressed dwarf. I'm surprised Hobo hasn't, like, just fully lost it and died yet. I'm actually a little shocked. It's only a matter of time, frankly. Can I just say that I think it's hilarious that the Discord chat now is officially moving faster than my chat. Which, you know, it's fine. I just think it's funny. Let's start working on this. Get those floor pieces down. I guess all I'm saying, Chaz, can we get a round of beers? One word is fast. I'm just saying that we're now in competition with ourselves. Beat this, Discord? I mean, good luck. I just think it's funny. Although it has literally raised my Discord's activity by 60%, so... So that's kind of funny. Because with like the server insights showed that this number, right, was at 29. I need to have it above 50. And then also bring more new people into the Discord server in order to maintain Discord partner, which I'd like to keep. So we have like 2 months to keep that number up. The word thing is very fun. I'm glad. Literally used to play that in Scouts around the campfire. So, it's a game as old as time as far as I'm concerned. Sockmund, hello. Welcome to Longdeath. A human caravan has arrived, and I shall actually trade with them this time. Instead of, or the humans, rather. Because with the elves, I quite literally just kind of forgot that they were there, and they left. Of being a nanny? Why were you a nanny? How so? What, like keeping them on topic and shit? That seems like a strange job thing. You're having new people problems? Oh. People having a hard time getting into, like staying on topic and shit? Because I've been feeling like, one thing that I'm really curious to see about work at home trends is, I'm really curious to see if getting a job is easier or harder than it was previously. And another human caravan has arrived, or as well as the royal treasurer. So we have the royal treasurer alongside of a human caravan, alongside of another human caravan. This happens every summer. We're like Grand Central goddamn trading station. Our bullcrap? Fair. I have no idea how that industry works. I mean, I'll gladly just sell you that and take all of your bars, thanks. You know what? Also take all your pretty gems. Gladly take all your pretty gems. And all of your parchment sheets. Also take your scroll rollers. Why not? Iron meat cleaver. Hornblade bookbinding. Why not? Gladly take your cheese. Spectre silver ball. Menacing bronze spike. No, we'll trade just for that stuff. I just need to wait for the other ones to arrive. Because of that, he has no problems. Well, I mean, I at least when I used to work, I used to find training new people and having new people problems to be easier than just, you know, trying to deal with my own problems, if that makes sense. It has its bonus. Training new people has its bonuses, right? And then, like, once they're well trained, then it makes your job easier in the future because you have more people, assuming they don't just give you more work to do. Purely because of overtime? Good work? Desley says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. Not much has changed. Although, have you seen stuff going missing? I think that was probably the kobolds, assuming they actually exist. Like human macros? That's... I mean, I was an ass to everybody I worked with, but that's mean. It's supposed to, Jamie. They've talked about that. How are those bearded beards? The dwarfy beards are still dwarfy. What requests do you have of our merchants? How you doing, pink fluffy llama? Bring me all that weird-ass leather that you guys have, because it's fun. Well, we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your grand craftsmanship. You're really fucking tired? This is like me yesterday. Yesterday and the day before, I was dead. Day before, I was almost unable to get out of bed due to pain. Today, I'm a lot better in that regard. Less tired than I was yesterday. Being in a shit ton of pain is exhausting. Well, then, we have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we were willing on behalf... Oh, rather. Again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Be wary of those elves. They aren't to be trusted. Drink a crap load of caffeine. I can't feel alive unless I drink a crap load of caffeine. A merchant has arrived. Or not a merchant. A migrant has arrived. I misread that. He has a battle axe. Ooh. Worshipper of the fuchsia. Would anybody like to join Longdeath Millennium? The trade hub of the absolute realm. Your awesome new hunting bow is all craftsmanship of the highest quality. Let's just see who's in the fort right now, real quick, so I don't double name anybody. I think we should dwarf Gate Nerd, because Gate Nerd's tried a couple times. Gate Nerd. She's a dubious worshiper of the fuchsia. Very long hair is neatly combed. and her narrow ears are flattened. Her cobalt eyes are close set, and her head is somewhat short. Her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe. The fuchsia most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with persuasion and speech. But translated to Polish money? So a lot, basically. If, from what I know of Polish livable wage, that's a lot of money, especially if you're referring to like that in $200 American. Yeah, that's a lot of money. And actually, I was reading about what is like a livable wage in Poland versus what is a livable wage where I live, and it's like actually kind of mind-numbingly crazy. Okay, so what the heck is that word? Eschews. Eschews. Eschews? Third person or present. To dread, shun, or avoid. She eschews practical concerns for philosophical discussion. I've never seen that word before in my life. But apparently, it's a third person to present term, which means to dread, shun, or avoid.
Eschew.
Eschew. Gesundheit. See, I pay more than twice that Sockmund, and it's I'm on the cheaper end. I'm lucky. I have a friend of mine who once told me, he's like, "Oh yeah, move to Estonia." I was like, "Why?" And he's like, "Because my living costs here are like $200 a month. I live in a massive city. We have the best internet in the world, and I can just make YouTube videos all the time and make pennies and pay my bills, no problem." And it's like, whoa! Now that you mention it, that actually sounds pretty good. A face appeared? The face appears and disappears depending on whether or not there's text on the screen. I disappear on this screen so that you guys can read it if you want. That's interesting, though. She eschews practical concerns for philosophical discussions, puzzles, riddles, and world ideas. She is confident under pressure and trusting. This is one of the strange... I've never seen that before. Philosophical discussion, puzzles, and world ideas. The world of ideas. She's confident under pressure, and she is trusting. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She likes to take it easy, and she likes a little excitement now and again. She occasionally overindulges, and she's quite ambitious. She drums her fingers when she's thinking. I know what most of those words mean, Ara. Definitely, yeah, Sockmund. But it's just weird. I've literally never seen that before. Gate Nerd is an adequate woodcutter, an accomplished engraver, an adept metal crafter. Knows some dance. Well, we need to get you a bedroom. Also need to trade with those other humans once they get down there. Not the humans? I mean, we have to trade with everybody who shows up. Who arrived second? Passor Ul. These guys. No, they're still unloading. Can't you wage war on humans? I could wage war on anybody, but why would I do that when we're trying to keep the fortress alive for 1,000 years? War isn't a very good way to promote longevity, and that's what we're trying to do with this fort. We are trying to become the trade hub of the whole known world. Basically, we're trying to be Sweden and be bankers. A place of peace and industry, precisely. And knowledge. We already have the biggest known library in the world. Honestly, the only 40k stuff that I really like looking at is the Battlefleet Gothic ships. Like, yeah, it's just a fucking flying castle. I'm gonna buy some stuff from my human. Because we do have one human living here. Cathedral, castle, potato, you know? All the same thing. Asparagus, cabbages, fisher berries, beet plants, yams, leeks, beets, cabbages, asparagus, fisher berries. But yeah, no, we trade with both the elves and the humans every year. And we'll continue to. No matter how racist you guys are, we will continue trading. That's why I trade with 2 different human factions, elves and dwarves, every year. Well, it's a castle is a castle that belongs to a giant human, and who claims that they have more power over other people and wealth. And a cathedral is a castle that belongs to a human who claims that they know somebody who has higher power and wealth. What's the difference, really? Like, let's think about it seriously for a second here. What's the difference? It's all about fancy hats. What, 40k? In an architectural sense? I'm just being a shit poster, don't mind me. Especially 40k. It's about pomp and flaunting. We were talking about 40k not an hour ago, and no. All right, that's Gears of War. Come on, let's get with the program. Massive shoulders is Gears of War. Massive armor is 40k. Yes. Have you seen how many 40k fans hang out in my chat and expose me to unwanted 40k shit all the time? Because clearly the superior minifigures game is Battletech. Okay? The crazy amount of beak dogs, trolls, and the leader stepped onto a cage. But the trolls instantly started running away. So, I had, not in this fortress, but I had, I don't know, 500-ish. It felt like goblins and beak dogs show up. It was pretty close to that because I had the permissions for raids off. It was closer to 450, but a whole bunch of raiders, right? They all showed up and they're standing there in this one big cluster. They're all mounted on horseback. And a fucking mountain goat kind of runs in from off screen and attacks one of them, and they all just split and ran off the screen. So funny. This mountain goat's bonk. I'm gonna fight you. Shoutouts to that goat. Possibly saved the fort. There's no way in hell we were gonna fight that. The goat? Yeah, right, Jamie? Quite literally the goat. The goat to end all goats. Mountain goats are beautiful. They just have this incredible balance that I envy. Can't get over them on dams. Oh, just like running up the side of dams? It's like, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of, it's wild, isn't it? It's like, yeah, they're just gonna casually run up like a straight up face that's has absolutely no texture to it whatsoever. And yep, they'll just walk up it and like jump. I remember one of my favorite things I ever heard about mountain goats was every mountain goat gets the opportunity to fall once, so they better not fuck it up. Uh-oh. Ooh. Ooh. That buzzard didn't just land. It landed in 2 pieces. Please don't keck in my chat. Be appreciated. You can lull and loll and raffle mal, but please don't keck. That poor buzzard. I've had to like completely cover up this trade depot to keep the buzzards from just dive bombing things. Thatch covering. Yeah, they have quite that internal gut, that's for sure. Speaking of cars, did anybody see that BMW new design pitch? Hold on, I'll link it. I put it up on Discord the other day or last night. I'm just curious as to what you guys think of that. Whether or not we should laugh at it or say that it's, like, impressive. Because I don't know whether to laugh or be afraid when I see that thing. Some of column A, some of column B, I think. And, like, I expected the comments to just be like, oh, it certainly is a concept. It is a concept car. But I don't know if I should laugh or not when I see it. You know? Someone really likes Tron at Mercedes. That will come out in the next 30 years. I mean, it probably cost maybe not billions, millions of dollars in R&D to make. So no, you certainly won't see that anytime soon. But that's an interesting fucking direction for cars to be going. Like, I don't know. The whole, like, it doesn't have a wheel concept, to me, is something that you'd see for self-driving cars primarily. But then having like the manual steering for areas where self-driving doesn't work. I mean, it drives sideways. So, yeah, parallel parking would be bliss. Yeah, and then you encounter a slight bump, and then, like, the whole bottom of the car is just gone. Just completely fucking gone. Okay, I need the guard to just kind of go around murder. He's bloody. Oh, hey, the human bowman, who's good friends with our human, is back. I like that the human bowman returns every year. Kind of cute. And you would give everyone a seizure. I do not like the amount of RGB on that fucking thing. Like, God. You know, like, LED headlights are bad enough. Do we need RGB LED headlights? I don't know about that. Also, I'll bet you that thing does not have... I'll bet you that thing certainly has a "you do not have the right to repair this" clause built in. I was actually, like, explaining the right to repair laws to my dad last night. Or not last night, the night before. Because, like, he'd never heard of it. How quickly can things spiral in this game? I had a fortress of 90 dwarves that went from 90 dwarves down to about 11 in a couple of minutes. Because one dwarf got particularly upset. And punched somebody's face in, so pretty quick. Like, this fortress might appear mundane and boring, but it's a lot of kind of very careful guiding the dwarves. Makes you angry? Makes me angry, and I have no desire to repair any of my shit. But then, like it's the main reason I don't want to own an Apple device, though, right? Like, I want to upgrade and tinker with my computer. I don't want to not legally be allowed to, like, you know, open up my computer case and mess with shit. And I totally understand that. Like, the people who, like, hate on electric cars for no reason, I don't totally get it. The people who hate on electric cars for the lack of right to repair, that I understand. Fully understand and sympathize, because that sucks. They really need to sort that shit. Nobody should be pink. It's not even just farmers. It's like, it hurts you without you realizing it. And like, if right to repair isn't a thing, like if you're not allowed to repair your stuff, every single mom and pop like brake and muffler shop goes out of business. And that sucks. That's what I'm worried about. Like, only being able to take your vehicle to the dealer to get it repaired is like literally just nuking an entire industry. Granted, you know, we're kind of doing that with no resale games and the games industry right now going digital only, but at the same time, fuck GameStop, so I can't feel bad. NDB games. Fuck that industry. Here I am just playing favorites from one industry over the other. Hey, Renee. How's things? But yeah, no, it's just, I'm not the most interested in the automotive industry, but I'm fascinated by technology. And that thing has some neat fucking technology in it, regardless of the visuals of it. Thanks for that tip. No problem, Upslot. I like I said, multi-track recording and virtual audio cables are a bitch. They used to be super simple, Upslot, and then Windows put out that big ol' update that reworked how all of audio works in Windows 10, which has made it not exactly the most user-friendly experience, but it once you get it working, it's worth it. Like, I have it set up so that I can... I could actually, if I wanted to, have somebody on Discord right now, and I could be talking to them and they could hear me talking, but you guys wouldn't be able to hear them unless I hit a button. I could do that. I'm not somebody who likes to do that. I know a lot of bigger streamers will have, like, mods in their ear. Like, they'll have, like, eyes on the ground! But I don't do that. I don't see it as necessary. You never seen that? I think I traded for them. Probably. That or they're not actually mine. Yeah, I probably traded for them. Because you can make blocks out of mighty bizarre materials if you really want. That startled me. Arch, thanks for the $10.
Good morning.
You just wake up. Cheers, man. Morning to you, too. I actually understood the speech to text for once. That goddamn French, man. It's incomprehensible half the time. But seriously, thank you for helping me pay for those goddamn monitors, which haven't been shipped yet, although they're arriving today. They've been dispatched, but they haven't been shipped, and they're supposed to arrive today at 8 p.m., so before 8 p.m. Dwarves haven't figured out how to make stuff go boom. Luckily. Chat, can we get a round of beers for Arch, who just woke up? Cheers, chat. But yeah, Orpiment. It's a deep-covered orange-yellow arsenic sulfur material. It's found in volcanic fauna rolls in low temperature. Oh, it's found near hot springs. Interesting. It's pretty. Someone gifted you a sub. If you look at the notifications up at the top right of Twitch, it should tell you the name of who gifted it to you, if you want to thank them. I have a suspicion of who it was, but a few people gifted subs that day, so it could have been a few people. Generally, those are just randomly gifted out, right? So it's the algorithm that bestowed the sub on you, not someone in particular. I mean, Tarn has talked many times about explosives in Dwarf Fortress and not really wanting to add cannons to the game directly type deal. And I kind of understand his sentiment, mostly because he doesn't really want to add guns to the game, which I get, you know? And if you add cannons, then you kind of need to add guns. I don't want cannons. I just want dynamite. You know? But, yeah, I don't know. Alcohol will explode if exposed to fire. I'm sure that if you had, like, a big alcohol stockpile and then you shot a magma cannon at it, that would, you know. Oh, I'm sure we'll have, like, fire spells and stuff. Guns are from the wrong period? Yeah. Yeah. Also, guns is politics. And, you know, there's certainly some politics that Dwarf Fortress is positive on, but others that Dwarf Fortress, I think, likes to avoid, and I think that's one of them. Equals another 50 years of development. Yes, but they could have gone in that direction earlier. And we could have had that by now. What I'm saying is I don't think they wanted to go in that direction. Like, because I rewatched an interview with Tarn recently where he more or less stated that, like, they just don't want to go in that direction. All the vine blocks. I must have bought those. It's 31C at your desk? Fuck that shit, man. It's been, like, 16C outside past, like, 2 weeks. Also, happy fall, by the way. It's now the best season of the year. We're almost at the best time of the best season of the year, too. Spooky season. Lots of channels like to dress up their emotes and stuff for Halloween, but we're already Halloween. We're always spooky. He made Liberal Crime Squad? I mean, Liberal Crime Squad, I think in his words from a recent DF podcast, was... I'm trying to think if I can remember the exact quote. It was like him from a younger time when he was a little bit more blunt. I think not including guns in your game is kind of a political statement in and of itself. You know? Which I think is perfectly fair. Speaking of, it's late summer in the world. I don't want guns in the game. What? Oh, interesting. Gate Nerd has become the student of the scholar Hot Cup of Tea. Is content after discussing reproductive behavior. Satisfied after learning about personal interviews. Grouchy when caught in the rain. Satisfied after learning victory by interviews. Content after pondering dictionaries. I haven't seen that before. You're pondering dictionaries. Fascinating. Also, this is a new one. Migration, a new approach. The written material is a manual entitled Migration, a New Approach, authored by Belug. It concerns migratory patterns of creatures. Overall, it's not awful, but not very good either. He's been writing books about animal diets and migratory patterns for years. Great thinker. One of the greatest thinkers of our fort. That sounds like the most boring thing ever. Hey, at least they're doing... I don't care what they're doing as long as they're... Yeah, I know, pondering dictionaries. Not even at a table either. Now discussing reproductive behavior. Or a vegan dwarf? Well, you have kills. You killed 2 Kias, so you're a hero. A competent armored user, talented observer, skilled fighter, but very rusty. Dabbling wrestler, competent striker, but rusty. Skilled dodger, very rusty. Dabbling flatterer, a talented student, a novice tracker. A dabbling wordsmith, writer, and speaker, adequate speaker, a little bit rusty. Dabbling dancer, dabbling singer, critical thinker, and dabbling chemist. I mean, I think there's a big difference between a biologist and a furry. Also, if he is a furry, we shouldn't mock him for that. We don't kink shame here. but there is a rather large difference between the two. Why do I keep typing in cloth? And then kink your shame right out of this chat. I don't even know what that means. But remember, it's illegal in that case, Gay Nerd, for you to kink shame somebody without consent. So make sure that you get consent before you kink shame them, if that is your kink. Because getting their kinks shamed would have to be their kink in order for that to be a consensual activity. And you wouldn't want to do that without consent, now would you? Remember, kids, consent is sexy. That's not your kink? Well, then you're going to have to find someone who consents. Sorry, but I really hate the kink shaming is my kink excuse joke, because it's like essentially saying, I like to assault people. It's like, not okay. Cryo's making choirs for us. More writing materials, excellent. Up to 280 books. But, I don't know. It's like, I realize it's a joke 99.999% of the time when people say it, so I'll never take it seriously, but just realize the implications of that joke. God, why haven't these monitors shipped? It's a weird feeling that it's like they're never actually gonna ship, and it's just gonna, they're just gonna suddenly arrive. Bloke's gonna knock on my door and be like, "Oi, come get monitor," and I'll be like, "Okay, bye, guys." And then tonight I will be setting up questions for the interview. Yes, totally. Which is why whenever people say kink shaming is my kink, it's like, well, then you have to find somebody to consent on their kink being shamed in order for you to legally shame their kink. That's such a confusing sentence to brain, but you know what I'm saying. But yes, I completely agree, Gate Nerd. In order for it to be a legal, safe adult activity, everybody has to be consenting. That's what we're literally talking about. So if your kink is kink shaming, and you shame somebody's kink, and you don't have consent to shame their kink from that person, then that is assault. Do you understand what I'm saying? So in order for that to be a safe activity for adults, if I say no kink shaming, you have to get permission from that person to shame their kink before you shame their kink. I disagree, Ovsalat. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Depending on assault. Assault doesn't need to be violence, though. Assault can be verbal, assault can be physical, assault can be mental. But anyway, this is a dark subject. You have two 22-inch monitors. When you get new ones, you think you're going closer to 30. I'm getting two 27-inch monitors, and I'm going to keep using this trash monitor, which my camera's sitting on, which is 50 hertz. Yeah. This one's gonna get upgraded in probably either Black Friday or Christmas, and I'm gonna try and get me a 144 hertz monitor. I don't need any bigger than 1080p, because like it's too small, I can't see. So that's a problem. All right, humans have arrived. Which one's is you? Is your name Neck? It's from the realms of stone. And yes, his name is Neck. Welcome, Neck. The word thing is going a mile a minute. You're not wrong. It's, as I said earlier, moving way faster than my stream chat, which is funny to me. That's glorious. I like OLED, but I don't need it. I need 1080p. I can't see higher resolutions. So the human has brought one alpaca wool rope, one ginkgo wood training axe. Sorry, it's just a natural reaction to wood training axe. One iron pick, one willow chest, one hemp bag, one lead cage, and one cassiterite blocks. Is this a fucking joke? The only, like, semi-decent items are an iron pick, a wool rope, and the hemp bag. Everything else here is an absolute insult. I like it. It's a good name, Stone. Yeah, that was the Realms of Stone. But yeah, no, I got me 2 of these, if anybody's curious. They're not the fanciest monitors, but they're a massive upgrade from a monitor that doesn't understand what black is. My main monitor that I stare at all the time thinks that black is a pale shade of red. No, that's cannabis. Not hemp. You don't smoke hemp. You make paper out of hemp. At least I don't think you can smoke hemp. I've never tried, to be honest. Your right side gave up. Oh no! I haven't had speakers plugged into my computer in a very long time. Well, I guess I kind of have speakers plugged into my computer, but my computer, I can't actually output them. Well, actually, I have an amplifier plugged into my computer. But it's not outputting to the amplifier. Probably could do that, but just never bothered. But that sucks, man. I need to adjust my volume. My microphone's a little on the quiet side. Testing, testing, testing. It's in the same family. The dwarves from the mountain homes and the outpost liaison Mistum has arrived. That is a feature that I'm confused by, is that dwarves can't smoke. Where are you going? Wonder if it's possible for the outpost liaison to get corrupted and steal something from your fort. I guess, I don't know. My name is Mistum. Screw, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your tidings and dealings. Congratulations on getting tribute from more humans. The world is the same as ever. We're still at war. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the metal. No, that was more just a me thinking out loud moment. I'm sure Mistum wouldn't do anything of the sort. I inhale bleach every day to clean my lungs out. Yeah, because that's how that works. Well, we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to look over the documents. Let me discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craft store ship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. They want spears, short swords, war hammers, leather water skins, ammunition, shields, bucklers, blocks, cloth, tools, cheese, headwear, and metal bars. Farewell, Screw. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes, of course, will rise and fall together. All right. Well, you want warhammers, you say? Well, what say you we bring you a bunch. Weapons. Also, you can buy all these goddamn trading weapons. And some of these plant pots. And these seed bags.
1,000 years, eh? Smile.
Hey, Seth. Yeah, we're trying to beat your record. We're, on year 58. We started on year 5. But, while they haul all that stuff, I'm just gonna quickly go use the toilet. Be back in a mo. Yerby. Sell everything to everybody else, atom smash as much as possible, kept keeping the population below 50, you know, the works. After about 150 years, yeah. Well, we cleaned out... Okay, who's got cheese in their bedroom? We've cleaned out, you know, a lot of garbage. You should have seen how many... Well, actually, I'll just show you how big this fort is. Like, we dug all of that pit out. So, yeah. We have second generation dwarves already. Dwarves with their entire families in the fortress. We cleaned up, I think it was 13,000 mudstone. I'm pretty close to that as well in nice. So, I haven't broken to any cavern layers yet. That's something I'm very concerned about, is cavern layers. So, we actually haven't dug down that far. Like, this is all just, like, silver veins of Galena down here. And then this area, we just kind of hollowed out a bit. We're also hollowing out this area down here, and we're turning all that lead into statues. Yeah, we're being careful. Very careful. Yeah, which is why I haven't dug down there. And then those bodies would pile up and whatnot. This world does have 11 living dragons. At least it did when I started. I don't know if that's changed much. But there was at least at one point 11 live dragons in this world, alongside of like a couple dozen rocks and a bunch of other fun titans, but we haven't seen any of those, even with 45 dwarves. I mean, we're on stream number 20, and I've played about 5 hours a session. We're on year 58, and we started on year 5. I've noticed... Actually, this is interesting. Huh. There was a... Never mind. Not quite what I thought it was. Anyway, yeah, we've noticed a lot of expansion for all the different factions. Something that I'm curious to see is if and when Necromancer Towers will actually pop up. Was and is still a very new world. Most people start their, I mean, it's easy to not dig too deep. It's really easy to not dig too deep. Just don't dig. How to not dig too deep? Don't dig. I'm solved. Yeah, I still haven't figured out what to do with this tower that I just kind of built one day, because I could. I might build, like, a whole flying fortress up here, because I can. We are surface dwelling. Well, technically, we are surface dwelling dwarves, because, you know, a lot of dwarves want to build a great mining pit, so we built a great mining pit. It's this big, old, open area with lots of sunlight shining through, so they run around in the sun all day. The only people that actually get cave adapted are the babies, and they very rapidly get over it once they become adults. Once they can walk around, like, there's little bits of vomit. This is all, like, from the children, but once they're adults and they're constantly running back and forth between the outside buildings, yeah, no, they... You're still... Why are you amazed by... Why is everybody so impressed by the fact that I dug a big hole in Dwarf Fortress? You know? Fuchsia, well, okay, so they're doing dwarven dances. We've seen them do elf dances, dwarven dances, human dances, and goblin. The description of the goblin music is essentially like throat singing, which is neat. And the goblin dance was described as spastic, which I still think is hilarious. But yeah, no, the goal with this fort is to have the longest running documented fort, right? Like, the longest one that I could find was a guy who raised a dragon, which was like 600 years, and then there's Arch Crystal, which Seth knows about. And outside of that, I haven't found any, so obviously it's going to largely... As we've talked about many times with this fortress, it's largely going to be a test of my own boredom. But, you know, as time goes on, eventually we'll be able to do wilder things. But, I mean, of course I could, you know, use drawbridges and stuff to get rid of forgotten beasts, but I don't necessarily want to just kill all the forgotten beasts in the world, right? How many years in are we? Well, we are on year 58 mid-autumn. We started on 57 mid-autumn today, so we've done about a year, which is about an hour, a little over an hour. Well, actually more than that now. About 2 hours we've been playing today, but obviously, you know, we've been pausing and stuff. So, the only time we really get frame hiccups is whenever the full moon rolls over. So somewhere in the world, there's a were creature. It's the only time we really get frame hiccups. It's because the game's processing a whole bunch of dead all of a sudden. Our mountain home is more or less perma-locked in combat. Well, something that I think is really interesting, Seth, that we've had happen. I don't know if you had this happen in Arch Crystal, but our outpost liaison is in love with one of my dwarves. So this dwarf was married to another dwarf who died, and they had easily the most children in the fort, 12 children. Some of them are still alive. Cheers Jamie's still alive. Scrumpet's still alive. Hot Cup of Tea's still alive. Wave Thrash is still alive. Petra's still alive. But is in love with our outpost liaison, which I've never seen happen before. We also have several dwarves that have become apprentices. One of the reasons that I'm super happy I went with a young world is we've written 280 books. Granted, a lot of those are copies, but still. It's close to like 40 books now we've written. So they're constantly making discoveries and taking on apprentices with each other, which is neat. Igniting your military's provisions. So, true story, Mr. Chippy. One of the best or titans I ever had, not a forgotten beast, so land titan, was a chicken with one eye that breathed fire. I called it a feathery dragon, which is basically what that is. It's like a one-eyed dragon that breathes fire, right? Like, how different is a chicken really from a dragon? Like, think about it. Anyway, it died because it breathed fire on an elf, and the elf exploded into gore, and some burning blood got into its eye and set its brain on fire. Literally, the description was like, splashed by boiling blood. And the force melts... It was like, the force penetrates the eye, melting the brain. Hey, Burrito. We're getting so many books because I have a lot of scholars. I have a scribe who copies books. I'm giving them lots of writing materials, and they actually have stuff to discover. They don't really... They're not really too interested in writing books unless they make a discovery, right? So if they don't make a discovery, they're unlikely to write a book about a thing, right? But if they make a discovery about a thing, then they'll write a bunch of books about a thing. And in an earlier world, there's less discoveries that have been made. So the younger the world, the more discoveries your dwarves can make and the more books they can write about them. At least, that's how it seems to work. Because I've had more... Like, I've certainly had books written in previous forts, but I've had more books written in this particular fortress and younger world fortresses than in older world fortresses. Like, I had a fortress that was supposed to be a library in a 1,000-year-old fort, and I don't think they wrote an entire book in, like, 30 years. But, like, in this fortress, like, constantly. Yeah, I mean, I knew about the discovery thing, but I didn't think that it was connected to them writing. But it certainly seems to be. And, you know, like, we have this book, which is My Thoughts on Anander, which is fascinating because My Thoughts on Anander is about a dwarf that was murdered. Well, there's a dwarf that was murdered in this fortress named Anander who wrote, like, 8 books about himself, which we still have, and have made dozens of copies of. So... Yes, they'll write about, like, I came to this fortress, or I got married, or so-and-so got married, or this person became a king. But, like... In this fortress, we have, well, like, start your day with the mountain halls. We have a migration, a new approach, true animal diets, a treatise on animal societies, the hidden meaning of ignorance, which is a fascinating one, useful ignorance, a record of animal diets, a victory by interviews, a study of animal diseases, classic interviews, history and beliefs, those are a bunch of swords. Start your day with the mountain halls. Problems and solutions. A guild of vines. A humble offering to pulleys. Secret interviews. Conversations after the end. Stuff like that. We'll see you later, animal. Cheers. Because they can learn from reading those. It'd be interesting if they, like, discovered, right? Like, one of my most recent scholars, which is Gatenerd, who's currently researching ! Was discussing dictionaries, and I've never seen anybody discussing dictionaries before. So that's interesting. Also, this dwarf just has, like, an interesting mindset in general. Reminds me of this. That's just all text. Gotta zoom in. Yep. That's almost... I think that's exactly the text that it had. Cotton, boiling blood. Except, migratory patterns. Except it was like the heat melts the eye, burning the brain. Your current necrofort is obsessed with explosion equations, reproductive behaviors, and preliminary medicine. Yeah, I don't know. I find that super interesting. But yeah, no, we've become a trade hub. We have 2 different human towns sending us tribute every year. And we trade with humans, elves, dwarves, 2 different human factions, elves and dwarves. And we have a babby. Anybody would like to be a babby in this fortress? Quick 2-minute tour of the fort. This is the final tour I'm doing in the next hour, because I've had 3 people ask me to do that in the last hour. It is really big hole in the ground with bedrooms around the outside. Mostly just really big hole in the ground. Big old tower up top. And then down beneath some areas that we're digging out. And here is a terracotta army and the history of the fortress in the form of statues of our leaders. There you go. Should make the hole deeper? No. That's all I'm going to say. There was enough frame rate lag mining it. I don't need it again. Well, I don't think that Vazul? I don't think you've had anything in any of my forts ever, considering you only just followed me 18 minutes ago. So, there you go. She is the daughter of Dragonman and Wave Thrash, 2nd generation in the fortress. She says Gaba. This makes her very young indeed. But no, the hole's not going any deeper. There will be tunnels and stuff underneath the hole, but we ain't digging the hole any deeper. I will build the walls higher, though, thus indirectly making it deeper. I mean, I don't think anybody has the ability to rewrite all of Dwarf Fortress. Pink Fluffy Llama. Oh, no. Ardent Worshipper of the Fuchsia, and an Ardent Worshipper of Shin Russet Ember, the Red Rocks. Also, to anybody who is here for the first time today, because a bunch of people have followed the stream today, we're going to have Tarn Adams on the stream on the 1st at 3 p.m. Pacific. So October 1, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern, midnight Central European time. I think that's right. But let's read this dwarf. And if you want to submit a question, !interview, and submit a question. Technically, it is multi-threaded. Yes, but she has a very round chin and her nose bridge is incredibly concave. Her cobalt eyes have large irises, and she has a low voice. Her head is extraordinarily broad, and her eyebrows are low. Her ears are somewhat splayed out ears are somewhat short. Her short hair is neatly combed, and her nose is slightly hooked. Her hair is a crew and her skin is sandy taupe. You have an older brother who's nervous. She never envy others and their statuses, situation, or possessions. She is dour as a rule, and she is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is sloppy with her living space, and she is a little stubborn. She generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. She is disturbed by this tendency towards, or she's disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. She likes a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She's generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She often feels discouraged, and she occasionally overindulges. Doesn't often focus on material goods and can handle stress. Doesn't mind working on something doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And tends to avoid crowds. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. I've not should be able to be shortened to Ivant. To Ivant? That's a perplexing thing to say. Oh, you've been watching on the YouTubes. Well, welcome to the realm of Twitch. Cheers, man. Yeah, it's been interesting. There's been more and more people stumbling in here recently from the YouTubes. Like, the YouTube will always be kind of a side hustle for me. I'm very much a streamer at heart, but I'm glad that the YouTube channel has kind of found a weird life of its own. The live realm, yeah. He feels euphoric due to inebriation and blissful remembering sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. I need some more bedrooms. Wretched on miasma. Probably on food left in his own bedroom by himself. But realistically, most of the people who watch the YouTube channel are there just for the news videos. I actually, like, could have put up one last night, but didn't. Because Meth posted a screenshot of a... yeah, like I said, this is only the children that vomit everywhere. Meth posted a screenshot of improved grass, and I'm like, I've done 2 videos about grass. I don't need to do another goddamn video about grass. I'm tired of making videos about grass. Also, Julio PR, please stop sending me PR notices about Genshin Impact. I don't need your goddamn gotcha shit. I sent them 2 emails saying I'm not interested in that game, and please stop sending me that shit. Stuck around for the Millennium Fort? It's gonna be here a while, man. I like that this is one of the first fortresses where I've actually had dwarves consistently playing musical instruments. Hey, Patolis, how we do? I liked when we raided Sui last night. She got your name right and screwed up audio coasters. Just funny. It's audio coaster, but everyone calls them audio caster for some reason. Oh no! I almost knocked my coffee over this morning. It was a borderline heart attack. I'm within that realm. It's above 50 most of the time. Like, I don't use the FPS counter because I find that it lowers my FPS. That's probably not true, but I swear it does. So I'm not using the FPS counter right now. I'm going to slaughter all of these piggies. I only really have hitches and bumps at the start of every month for about 10 seconds. Right when the full moon goes full moon for the duration of the full moon, and then the full moon ends and it's fine again. It's literally just because of, from what I can tell, caused almost purely by were creatures. So somewhere there's a were creature just wreaking fucking havoc. And that's destroys my frame rate once a month for a couple seconds. But the rest of the time we're basically at 60. Like, I have no frame rate issues. It's because it's Sui. Well, I mean, in theory I should, but we haven't had one yet. I've been sieged twice, but I'm convinced they invaded me by accident because it was like sieges of, and they haven't happened in like 15 years. It was a siege of like 30 or so goblins made up entirely of rangers and child snatchers. At which point they would spawn in on the map and then take like 10 steps into the map and then turn around and run away. And we haven't seen them in about 40 years. We used to get kobolds showing up every season to steal stuff, but then we murdered 2 of them. And turns out the third one that we didn't murder was married to one of the 2 that we murdered. So somewhere in the world there is a very sad single kobold. Makes me sad. Yeah. So yeah, I've had those show up, like the hostile mercenary groups or whatever. But outside of that, it's been very little. I'm kind of thankful for that, but I mean, right now I don't even have burrows. Like, I do have this, which is, these are all spikes, which are all hooked up, or most of them are hooked up to a lever. I should probably hook up some more. In here, they're hooked up to this leader, which is pull stabby dead, which in case of emergency, I pull another lever, which locks up the outside of the fort and opens up that door. And then we can let them in and just pull this lever a bunch, and it'll just impale them all before they get inside. I still would need to dispose of the bodies, but it'd be fine. I could just close it for like 10 years and let them all rot. I got lots still to hook up. Because while digging out the pit, I found, like, I don't know, 1,000 years worth of iron. Like, I think I have, like, 3,000 iron ore still, which is all sitting in a single stack, forbidden. The real hard bit was getting rid of the majority of the stone. Like, I've exported thousands of mudstone statues. Because we had a baroness at one point, right? She died, unfortunately, which means... and she had no kids, which means the line ended, which kind of sucks. But she was banning scepters. So instead, we just made figurines of her. So there's thousands of figurines of that baroness out in the world. Hello, Spectacular. You've built flooding chamber that empties out into the caverns? Yep, but liquid physics hurts frame rates, so I don't want to do anything with liquid. But yes, that is a very effective method of murder. I once drained an ocean into hell. So if you want to talk about doing dumb shit with water, AMA, I guess. I also drained that ocean and built a tower in the middle, or drained another ocean and built a tower in the middle of it. But I think draining an ocean into hell was the best fucking stupid thing I've done in a while. But we're on year 58. So 53 years been in this world. Magma flooding chamber. I've done it a couple of times. The best one I ever did was... Well, let me see if I can actually find a clip of it. Great way to get rid of garbage, too. Yeah, we have to kill all this shit down there first. And they don't like to die. Just scroll back a little bit. Yeah, obscure heat. See if I can actually find footage of the chamber going off. I can't. Which is unfortunate. Yeah, obscure heat, I had like this giant like spiral lava trench that just drained lava into it and then out over the sides into like this lower level that would then drain through a giant like central drain down into the caverns and set the caverns on fire, which was fun. That one was very entertaining, but horrible on frames. Didn't last very long. It actually got untimely murdered. I've done several magma drowning pits. I also had a fortress that had a massive suspended bridge in an open chasm that I dug out underground, which had a big ol' like cistern above it. And I was pumping magma up 140 Z levels through a pump stack using water from an aquifer to generate the power with water wheels. And then whenever enemies would come in, I'd just pull a lever and it would cover the entire bridge in lava. And the extra lava would just flow into the pit of lava beneath it, and all of the clothing would get caught with iron bars, which was fun. Well, all of the iron stuff that I could use. Because I had no metals in that fort. I had to import all of it. It was fun. I think that's probably the longest I actually spent in a fortress that wasn't this one. It was about 20 years I was in that fort. I got bored as shit by the end, though, because the frame rate got so bad with all of the liquids and stuff getting processed, but... But yeah, no, Seth probably has the most experience with long forts in the chat. A trench of lava? What do you mean a trench of lava? I'm gonna have to elaborate a little bit. Is that actually... Oh, yeah. Well... Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's some footage of it. Yeah, that was the best lava trench I've built in recent memory. Thanks, Quatch. Affectionately referred to as the lava toilet. Also, the volcano in that fort, because we re-embarked there, was overflowing. Because physics. Trying to look at things to warn me about. I'm just worried about loyalty cascades. I just lost another fort to that. Dwarf that was really good friends with another dwarf, and that dwarf got punched in the head, and then everybody murdered everybody else, and it was like, well, all my dwarves are gone. Cool. I'm worried about clothing stacking up, so at some point I think I'm going to have to do a spring cleaning session where I deconstruct every single... like one of these guys and then export all of the clothing. I'm worried about that. I'm avoiding touching, which will crash your game over the years. I'm not even I'm not even at war with anybody. Also, when you say conquer, do you mean, like, destroy a site? Or do you mean, like, claim it as yours? Because, yeah, I never do that. It's always like, leave some of your dwarves there. And I'm like, no, I like those bastards. They're staying with me. Damn it. So I just raffle stomp stuff. I don't take stuff over. Currently, the only, like, war I'm doing is sending my my legendary spear dwarves over to say, hey, send us tributes every year, and we won't set you on fire. And then they send us tributes every year. It's great. Yeah, but, like, I don't know. I've never done it. Talking about, to be totally honest with you, I've just never done it. I know that the mechanic's there. And I know how it works. I've never done it. I'm always just worried something's going to break. Nope, this is the most recent version. This is the most recent version as of February or whenever the last patch cycle ended. My very real fear is that the Steam version will be out before I'm done with this fortress and it won't be compatible. You did a world conquer in Dwarf Fortress, but you had to save every 15 minutes. God. That must have been really crashy then. I mean, I've got two backups of this one. One at 20 years and one at 30. Do another one at 100. You're hyped for the Steam release? I'm excited for it. I'm actually more excited to talk to Tarn about the Steam release than the actual Steam release. I don't really get excited for games, and I'm also, like, not... Okay. how do I word this? I don't really get excited for video games because video games have ruined me. And I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily excited for the Steam release. I'm excited for Tarn for the Steam release. You know what I mean? So I'm excited for Zach and Tarn and Bay 12 Games as a whole. Spitalier has given birth to a girl. All right, who wants to join the fort? 1,000 years. We had no births the last round, and today we're getting all the babies. This is good. Oh, have you not seen the screenshots and stuff that they've shown? Django. Yeah, Pink Fluffy was first. Pink Fluffy. Pink Fluffy is the daughter of Spitalier and Cryo. Well, welcome to the fortress, who came as a married couple. So they didn't get married here, but they were married when they arrived. The impression that I had, Traves, after PAX West last year, so this time last year, basically, well, a month ago, 13 months ago, when I talked with Tarn face-to-face about it, the impression that I had was it would be out at the end of 2020. But then they worked on Villains for about 5 months longer than they were planning. And of course, there's going to be delays. So the way Tarn was talking at PAX last year was they wanted it to be out now, basically. And he more or less said as much in a recent post, that they wanted it to be out by now. That was like their initial goal when they started working on it, what, like 2 years ago now almost? That was the initial goal, the target. Obviously, they've missed that. But after listening to the recent PAX panel he did and reading up on the posts, it reads like they're about 5 months behind. So fingers crossed for me. I'm hoping early next year. But I think it would be reasonable to say fingers crossed spring next year. I mean, of course, there's going to be delays. This is Dwarf Fortress we're talking about here, right? Time is subjective. So Pink Fluffy, says Gabba, is the daughter of Spitalier and Cryo. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her mom and dad are both in the fort, and she is a worshipper of the god of jewels and wealth. She likes silver, lead, and brown jasper. Her large iris sunken cobalt eyes are incredibly close set, and her hair is clean shaven. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. But, you know, you can ask him yourself. He's going to be... you've been loving seeing Mef's Reddit posts with the sprite and updates and such. Yeah, and I've been taking all of them and making videos. I don't think that Mef needs to post as many updates as he does. I have opinions on that, but... It is cool kind of seeing them just make people feel involved, I guess. She personally finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and finds those who develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and doesn't care about if others take the time to master skills, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and she is easily moved to mercy. She is often sad and dejected and enjoys being in crowds. She is quick to anger and has a calm demeanor. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. And she has an active imagination and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She prefers to present herself modestly and chews her lips intently when she's thinking. Her voice trails off when she is thinking about something. She inhales sharply when she's angry, snaps her fingers when she's bored, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. You have a good day at work, Seth. Cheers, man. Thanks for swinging by. But yeah, no, I think that there's kind of two camps, right? For the Steam version, there's those people who say that, oh, it'll be out in like 15 years. And then there's the people who say, oh, it'll never come out. And then there's people who say, that game's still in development? Right? So there's kind of like the people who are like, oh, it'll be out in 15 years. And then there's the people kind of like me who are like, I'm a bit more optimistic. I think it'll be out sooner. You would be playtesting a lot? Actually, I sometimes wonder how much playtesting actually gets done. But, you know. But yeah, no, I would like to see the Steam version come out soon because it would probably help my stream a lot. But at the same time, I want it to be good when it comes out. So fucking they can take as long as they goddamn please. That's basically it. They can take 15 years for all I care. I'll be here. Exactly, Storm Shadow. Will arrive exactly when it means to. But like I said, if you are curious about Steam DF, Tarn will be on the stream on the 1st of October. Material wasn't making these out of. Nice. Okay, let's continue on granite. It's basically the same color. If I hit the right button. Pyrolusite. What the hell is pyrolusite? To look that up. Need to start importing olivine or something. I mean, I will probably get it more than once when it comes out. Let's pull that lever. Some of these dwarves are just kind of far gone. But yeah, no, it'll certainly be out in the next 2 years, though. There's only so much that needs to be done. It's just a matter of them doing it. But the release date of time is subjective. I mean, just look at any Kitfox game. They all have super clever release date and times. Like, hold on. Let me look at some of their upcoming games. I typed in boy fiend dungeon instead of boyfriend. The release date for boyfriend dungeon is when the weapons are beautiful enough. Mondo Museum, which is another game they're publishing, is release date exhibits opening 2020. Lucifer Within Us is another game that they're publishing or making themselves actually. Okay, that one's just October 15th. All right, well, that one's out soon. But, you know, it used to have like a when the case is opened or something. It used to say something else. So all the Kitfox games being published have creative titles. But, you know, frankly, I'm just going to be streaming Dwarf Fortress and making content about games that deserve more eyeballs. Frankly. Be here playing Dwarf Fortress, Jupiter Hell, other cool roguelikes that more people should be playing. And other interesting games. Currently, the one that I'm fighting with is like, I'm trying desperately to, I see the dev update on Steam. Did one like drop today? They did. Why didn't Kitfox tell me? Ah, the autumn update. Yes, I did. I made a video about it. Actually, I made 2. 3? 2. Yeah, 2. You had me worried for a second there. How's our human doing? Trying to attend a meeting. Man. But yeah, over on my YouTube channel, I upload videos talking about the developer updates, and generally when I'm lucky, the KitFox community manager notifies me like an hour beforehand, so I have like an hour to throw a video together. But sometimes she forgets. And then it's like, oh god! No, it's all good, Marco. But yes, I certainly saw the autumn update. I think that the UX that they're working on is, well, my quote from the video that I made, which someone in the comments found very amusing, was, it seems perfectly functional. I'm not going to say it's beautiful or amazing or wonderful, but it's good enough, and that's all it needs to be, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that is legendary for having awful UI, and your opinions on them may vary. I don't think it's anywhere near as bad as people say it is, but, you know, I don't have popular opinions in that regard. Let's make a basement for the library. A basement, and I'm going to fill it with writing materials. Or, parchment, I guess. But, where was I going with this? I'm not sure what we're talking about, Cooler. I also totally lost my train of thought. Happens sometimes. Because I'm getting hungry. Lunchtime. Yeah, this can be my library. But how's things, Cooler? God damn, that words thing is going ham. And the numbers restarted. God damn it. You guys overdid the meaning of the universe. But yeah, I just hope that however it comes out, it's just good enough. We have a room on my Discord, Worm Shadow, where we're trying to count to 1 million. And if someone says the number, if they double up a number, or if somebody says the wrong number, we start over. And I think 2 people typed in 42 at the exact same time, so we just started over again. A human-only fort with the use of adventurers joining it? Yeah, you'd have to operate on breeding, but good luck. Oh no, indeed, yes. That's what I'm saying. You overdid the meaning of the universe. Hey, of all the numbers you guys could fuck up twice to have to restart, that one's pretty good. So yeah, if you want to join my Discord to participate in the bullshit, you can do that. Help me keep Discord partner. We also have a room where we're telling stories one word at a time. This is also a clusterfuck. But yeah, lots of people have followed the stream in the last hour, so if you're here for the first time, I stream Dwarf Fortress like 6 days a week. Occasionally, there will be breaks from Dwarf Fortress for, you know, other nightmares like Caves of Cud and Jupiter Hell and other games that I think are interesting. I like classic roguelikes, games like Dwarf Fortress. That's what we do here. None of that shit. Put the humans in a pen and force them to breathe. At least, like, throw some food and water in occasionally. Like, dump buckets of water on them so they don't die of thirst, and throw cheese in there. Speaking of dumb humans, the annual tribute from Basti Jasmak has arrived. 'Tis that time of year, which means it is early spring of the year 59, first of granite. Right on time. Holy crap, you're walking slowly. I don't know what you brought me this year, but it must be heavy. Look how slowly he's walking. The other... Okay, so this is the Confederacy of Sport, a human civilization, right? They always carry their tributes by hand. The other human civilization that's also paying me tribute brings their tributes in a cart pulled by an animal. Or rather, I think just on an animal's back. On a pack mammal. These goddamn football hooligans. Nope, this is completely vanilla. Spectacular. Completely vanilla. Well, aside from the tile set. I'm not using DF Hack. I'm not using DF Therapist. This is 100% solely vanilla. How is decided what they bring as tribute? No idea. It seems to just be random little bits of garbage. I don't know if it has to add up to a specific value. Mechanically, I actually have no idea how the whole thing works. I'm tracking an Amazon parcel of 2 monitors, and it hasn't shipped yet, but it's supposed to arrive today by 8 p.m., so... Waiting. Impatiently. So that I can have 3 monitors for when I interview Tarn. It's actually going to make production stuff for shows a lot easier. Alright, so who is the name of the human? Sakath Lum Sasur. Yo, Stone, I don't know if this would also be fun to do, but I'm, like, reading these names and trying to remember them. I'm curious to see if, like, we'll get the same merchants showing up with the trade caravans that also bring us the loot. And Kanil Urwagustin. You know, this world was so young when we started that there was 59 dead. Notable kills. 5 llama cheese, 1 tin cage, and a tame cockatiel. That's probably why he was moving so slowly, is because he was carrying a cage with an animal in it. That's the first time they brought us a live animal. Who was the other one? Kanil Uragustin. Hey, Rock Cat. How are we? How are we? Yeah, that's... Sure. Sure, yeah. We'll just, like, scar him for life. Yeah, that's a great way to... Although it would be very mafia of us, because what we're doing is perfectly legal, not illegal. All right, let's place this cage in our zoo. Apparently I have a chinchilla. They're probably placing it somewhere. An elven caravan has arrived. Of course they have. Luckily, it's a perfectly legal, legitimate business. And we are perfectly legal, legitimate business owners. Of course. Why would you accuse us of anything else? None of those are trained. What? I like how I had to like run through the ABCs in my head to answer that question and didn't know that off the top of my head, and chat still beat me to it. God, I need to like brush up on my like basic schooling. We are a really big hole in the ground. Welcome to Fortress Longdeath, also known as the really big hole in the ground. That it is. You ran through your ABCs, dude. You just got there quicker. Thank you. Robsel? 23144. For keeping that, or for that's giving me that Bezo bucks. Cheers, man. I don't know why I completely stumbled on that and completely ruined it, but thank you very much. Cheers. It's good to have you. Enjoy those stupid skulls and dwarfs and ad-free viewing, and can I get a proper round of beers with a new subscriber? But how do you plan on going about 1,000 years? Or are you just going to leave it running overnight? Nope. We're streaming the whole damn thing. How do I plan? Making my butt sore sitting in this chair. That's how. Beers for 1,000 years. I mean, not nearly as painful as some other things I've done on stream, so. Like, eating a dozen chili peppers in about an hour and a half for charity? Sure. Next, Rob. Why not? This is my job, so gotta do something. Besides, I've learned, House of 1,000 Beers. Yeah, welcome to my Twitch chat. I mean, we've done tons of interesting experiments already and learned interesting things about how dwarves work and discovered many things, and it's certainly entertaining, so why would it be boring later? We'll slow down forts. Oh, I'm well aware of that, yep. I know that that was a thing in the previous version. Wheel and axle, that's new. They've never discussed the wheel and axle before. Yeah, it was for the hot potato charity last year. Lump. I literally ended stream and puked my brains out. Last time I can do anything like that. How do I plan to avoid FPS death? Not being a dum-dum and not stacking items. Most FPS death is caused by the player, not by the game. Don't stack items. Don't just infinitely hoard items. Offload. Trade with everybody. Sell stuff. Give stuff away. Keep your total number of items down. Avoid war. Try and keep the number of bodies on the map down. I will buy 2 shoes. Did you bring me fun animals? Don't dig too deep. Don't go down to the cavern layers. Besides, I genuinely believe that FPS death is a little bit overblown currently. Like in older versions of the game, massive issue. Current versions can still happen. Significantly harder to make it happen. The most recent version, a lot of things that would have FPS deathed me before haven't been an issue. So I do genuinely believe that oh, chili peppers. I have a audio tapes and visual drugs episode that I'm halfway done editing. I just need to sit down and do it. I just haven't wanted to edit many things after I'm done streaming for 10 hours recently. Atom Smasher never stopped being a thing. So yeah, we are atom smashing all corpses we get. And often clothing too, when I'm not trading it to the elves. We're keeping our population below 50 and being smart. Keeping our animal pops down. Speaking of animal pops. I can totally make some cheese, process some plants. Yep. So we're basically managing our resources. Like, I had 13,000 mudstone in this map, And like if you go to my YouTube channel and go to the VODs for this and go to like part 8 or part 10, you'll see just like the mountain of boulders that we had on this map. Mountain of them. Because I did kind of dig this huge pit 10 Z levels down, right? Channeled the whole thing out. This whole area was full of boulders. We made them all into crafts and literally gave them away to the elves and humans and dwarves. Just gave them away like 1,000 at a time to get them off the map. You're never going to breach the caverns? Probably not. Well, I will eventually, but not for a very long time. Hundreds of years, potentially. I'm digging out my own caverns. I'm actually... something I'm kind of planning on doing is digging out a trench in here and chucking a bunch of buckets of water down into it just to make enough mud to fill up the bottom of the trench and growing trees and stuff down here. Similar to what I've done here with these farm plots, but the moon just rolled over. So we just got a bit of lag. It's the only time we really get frame drops. It's caused by stuff dying. Oh, also the buzzards that show up yearly. Yeah, the buzzards dive bomb my dwarves, and they're always a bit of a pain in the ass, but... It's gonna set all of this stuff for slaughter. But in order to slaughter them, they have to be trained. So... I'm gonna train them, and then as they get trained, they're just gonna immediately get slaughtered. What, breaking into the caverns? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Any significant threats to this fort? We almost killed ourselves. Exported a bunch of banned items. And every single dwarf in the fort got a 200-day sentence. Which means most of them just got their foreheads caved in. That was a pretty significant threat. Aside from that, not really. We've had a few wandering bands show up. We're getting generally familiar with training buzzards. I had Grey Langurs show up and steal a bunch of my books, which was fun. Yeah, this is my Atom Smasher right here. In this kind of little... tiny little structure on the... Why is there a pig up there? In this little structure right here. Though that's where I'm training those. Z, and then top of this screen, Coldfire, there are a bunch of different menus that you can cycle through based on what dwarf jobs you have assigned. If you have a bookkeeper, then you'll have access to this menu proper. If you have a hospital, you'll have access to this menu. If you have a sheriff, you'll have access to this menu. But by default, you have access to the stone kitchen, animals, and part of the stocks menu. If you go to the animals menu and press enter, it'll just give you this screen. And then if you hit left and right, it'll show you what you can actually train and what you know anything about. So we know a little bit about taming weasels. We have general familiarity about taming wolverines, olms, naked moledogs, large rats, Kias. We have a few facts. We know a little bit about buzzards, cap hoppers, cave crocodiles, cave spiders, cave swallows. You know. Also, although the most important screen that I've ever found in this game is the J menu, Jobs shows you every single running job in the fortress, and you can activate, cancel, or suspend any individual job. It's the fucking best! That's the most important screen in the game, IMO. Lets you mass cancel everything. Yeah, it's just lowercase j. See how long I can maintain peace with everybody. Obviously, I'm at war with goblins. I love the comment here that's asking about how long it's going to take, and someone's saying it's 67.2 minutes for a year at 100 frames per second, but I'm capped at 60. So it's like 90 minutes per year-ish without pausing. Want to try wiping out the goblin kind? That would be mighty now boring now, wouldn't it? I mean, we might start invading the goblins. Saw a meme the other day which made me laugh hysterically. Hold on. About goblins. Like, let me just go grab this real quick. This thing. Dracula fucked up. How a goblet is a cup and not a tiny goblin. Can we start calling baby goblins goblets? Anyway, do I want to wipe out goblin kind? I got nothing against goblins. We actually have a goblin that shows up as a visitor every year around the same time and is really good friends with our human. Also, they've all started discussing the wheel and axle. Interesting. Did anybody write a book about wheels? For the love of interviews. That's a new one. This one's expensive. Holy crap. 3,010. It's an exceptional leopard parchment choir. It's authored by Cheers Jamie, and it concerns the using of personal interviews as sources. The writing is depressing, and it is quite self-indulgent. It's not good, but it's not awful, but not very good either. I think that's Cheers Jamie's first book, actually. Let's turn off the military. I think all them buzzards are dead. Yep, just some barn owls. Well, we're not... Okay, I should be more specific. Peace at this particular fortress. I'd like to avoid getting attacked. It would also be really cool to have, like, a pet dragon or something, because there is 11 living ones in this world, but I'm not really going out of my way to get them. We have more than enough value exported and sitting in the fortress wealth-wise for a dragon or any land titan to show up for that matter. That being said, we haven't seen any. I don't know. I'd like to be the mountain home, but that would require our mountain home to get destroyed. That might happen, though, because they've been at war with the goblins on and off. This place, they're not actually currently, but... or in constant battle with this Dark Goblin fortress with a population of 300, while this one's been slowly spreading over here. Like, these goblins are getting a little spooky. But that's our mountain home with a population of 30. Because they're constantly fucking fighting with these guys. But who knows? I mean, I would love to... Because, like, the focus of this fortress is more about trading and, like, being the trade hub more than being, like, a military stronghold. But we kind of are a military stronghold just by association. We started a new document on tribute givers and plays Kindle and Sanath on there. Cool. You could almost make those public. See, I don't necessarily want to go about it myself, though, right? Like, I know that I've got people in my fortress that are related to other dwarves that are not in my fortress. Not very many of them. But obviously, kings and queens and barons are going to die. We had royalty in this fortress who was a baroness who died. Was murdered by a child, which ended the line, which sucked. She had a lover, but no kids. So, that ended the line because she wasn't married. And we'll never get another one, which sucks. So, now we're just kind of twiddling our thumbs waiting on that one. And military power. Here's the thing with military power, though. Military power and frame rate go hand in hand. The stronger your military and the more you take over, the worse your frame rate gets. So, not entirely an option. Oh no, there's been a lot of Crusader dwarfs going on. Like, Dwarf Fortress is the original Crusader Kings. Just, you didn't hear that from me. But like, things like Squug losing his job because he went completely haggard insane, and then my sheriff got too strong and was occasionally just one-tapping any dwarf that committed a crime. And now we have Squug back in his old job, at which point he's totally happy and fine, although he's a little dejected about being rained on, but that's okay. You know? Like, we've certainly had interesting stories. Why will you never get another one? Because that's the way the game's hardwired. They will offer you, at least as far as I know, they'll offer you one Baroness and then, or Baron, and then that's it. But it's been fascinating already. Like, I keep coming back to this one dwarf, but the Great Padinsky, right? This dwarf murdered an Andar in year 16 in a tantrum, right? Thrown in prison for 90 days. Came out of prison totally fine. No stress whatsoever. Slowly started developing stress again. Became stressed again. Became haggard again. Became overthrown with the stresses of his life. Tantrumed. Murdered Axon. Okay? Was thrown in prison for 150 days. Came out, no stress. And now is completely impervious to the effects of stress and is totally happy. Even though he's covered in scars and his foot is mangled. But totally happy dwarf. Like, everything's swell, fine, and dandy, according to this dwarf. So, like, we have a couple things like that, right? Also, we just drop... What? Oh. Someone just fucking fired an arrow at something and it just landed next to him. That's a little sketch. Who the heck's shooting arrows? What? Right. Alright, what the hell happened to my, mechanic? Because I had two. Jack Nurick, do you have any side jobs? Yeah, you could use a side job. I took away most of Jack Nurick's jobs because Jack Nurick was super fucking depressed. Has recovered. You know, something that this game is certainly, or this fortress is certainly teaching me about the game, is that I think a lot of people complain way too much about dwarven mood problems. I've fixed so many dwarves in this fortress just by giving them downtime and letting them relax and stuff. Kind of wild. It's amazing what happens when you just give them 2 seasons off and just let them socialize. How is this world on the Necromancer front? We don't have a single Necromancer tower in the world. I didn't set that specifically. There is just no Necro towers. It's a pretty small world. That's the world. There isn't a single Necromancer tower. Cancel all jobs and just let them go pick what they want to do. Let them go spend time in guild halls. Let them hang out in the tavern. Let them sing. Let them play instruments. Let them do what they want. What year is it? It's year 59, late spring. We started on year 5. So it's perfectly reasonable for there to be no Necromancer towers. There's been lots of spreading of different fortresses. So I don't know if they can actually build Necromancer towers on the overworld. Part of me hopes they can. Part of me hopes they can't. When we started, there was only 3 written materials in the books, in the books section, and codexes in Legends, and they were all slabs. So there was only 3 books written, and they were all slabs. So there were no books of the Secrets of Life and Death when we started. So, I don't know. Could use a what year is it emote? I mean, it updates pretty frequently, so. Just for shouting. Yeah, you just need me shouting that. Oh, wait, you mean like a sound command? Or something else. Damn, the Reddit thread got a lot of upvotes. Normally they just get downvoted into oblivion, but Sound command? I don't know. Maybe. Back when I worked in fast food, there was one New Year's Eve at about 10 to midnight. This fucker comes running in wearing a tinfoil hat, covered from head to toe in tinfoil, a cardboard box around his waist, and a wizard staff and a wizard hat on top of his tinfoil hat. Big ass sunglasses. Pretty sure he was wearing nothing else. Comes running in and screams, "What year is it? What year is it?" The manager just looks at him and goes, 2012? It wasn't quite 2013 yet. And he just screams, "Fuck! I'm late!" And runs out. I'm like, well. But 2 hours later, we saw him running down the middle of the highway when there was no cars outside with a gigantic airplane made of something. Just giant model airplane. Just running down the middle of the road. I don't know, my manager just was kind of like, drugs? Probably not. Probably just bored. Generally would be my assumption. Drugs, in my experience, is more like, less, what year is it? Or lost a bet. Why do you need to unassign jobs? You just cancel all the current activities. Just go into your manager and cancel all the activities that you have set. Go into the J menu and then just suspend every active job. And then your dwarves will just go do nothing. Or even just go into this menu and just suspend all the jobs. And they will cancel everything. Everything will have an S on it and they won't do anything. They'll just go relax. Corn syrup is the ultimate drug. What are you talking about? Corn syrup and dopamine. Yeah, no, there's nothing complicated or strategy about it. Like, you don't need to limit people to a MSG. I don't know. I don't crave MSG, but I do certainly crave dopamine. But then again, I haven't eaten much MSG in my life. There was a pretty good quote about MSG that I heard recently, which is, MSG isn't good for your body, but good food is better than a good body. Which is funny to me. Hey, Sharat. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to the stream. What were you playing? Oh, you were playing Dwarf Fortress as well. How was the fort? Cheers. Doesn't pop up in chat because smaller raids just kind of get eaten by my settings, but thank you. I hope that your fort was good. You don't really have corn syrup over here? I get them from my neighbors, goddammit. Stop shipping that shit up to Canada. Please. Also, it infinitely bothers me that dwarves can't tap maple trees and make maple syrup. As a Canadian, I'm bothered by this. Come on, a bucket? That's all that they need is a bucket. It can be added into the gather options. Gather sap and syrup. Give us sap as a liquid. You could also then put sap all over the ground and let invaders get stuck in it. It'd be great. Excellent. Hey, Sharat. But if you guys want more DF streams, not sure how often they're on, but there you go. Cheers. I'm gonna have to follow you. Good to have more people doing the dwarfs. Maple syrup drowning chamber. Exactly! You understand my thought process. A syrup moat? Yeah! Imagine how many bugs would get stuck in it. It would be filled with vermin. Be a vermin moat. More than anything. No problem. I like to help out DF streams if I can. A As a person who aspires to become Canadian, this bothers you? What, that there isn't maple syrup in Dwarf Fortress? Would it solidify over time? It would eventually become like a resin type deal, wouldn't it? So everything will be able to fill them out. I can't wait to make a pus moat, man. I can't wait to make a pus moat. I don't know how I'm going to collect that much pus, but I'll figure it out. Weaponized pus. There isn't maple syrup, though. I know that there is syrup, yes, but there isn't maple syrup. The humans have arrived to trade. 'Tis that time of year. A ball, a vomit ball beast. Sounds cute and cuddly. Should give it a hug. More humans have arrived to trade. Here they all come. From both sides. Interesting. Zooming out. Frame rate not so happy. Zoomed in. No problems. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is boring as hell, and the same as ever. Nothing much has happened, although those goblins are still spreading, so maybe, like, build an army or something. Yeah, there are maple trees. There are definitely maple trees. I've found maple trees, which is why this really bothered me, because I found maple trees but couldn't get syrup from them. Because, like, hold on. DF Wiki. Syrup. Dwarven syrup is a cooking ingredient made from sweet pods. Okay. Sure. I've done that. But why isn't maple syrup? And your point is? Now I'm going to go to the DF Wiki and type in maple. Maple tree. Okay. Maples are an above ground tree. They are found in a temperate region with vegetation. Like how I'm getting ads for a monitor that I just bought. Like overwhelming majority of overland trees, the wood is brown and produces brown products. There is no current means to extract maple syrup from the trees. Cut them freely. What requests do you have of our merchants? Let's just ask for iron and gold. Because realistically, I don't need anything else. They make delicious alcohol that many dwarves crave, so I don't know what the heck you're on about, Bidu. You love this tangent? You want more tangents? I got tangents for days.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Something, ketchup's illegal. Again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves.
Cheese for everyone!
Mm-hmm. We try. I sell a lot of this cloth that I have built up. Don't need those gems. Don't need most of these either, but we'll keep them for right now. Let's try and get rid of some of these. Making a cheese fort? I tried to make a soap fort once. We died, not because of the soap. We got invaded early by a bunch of zombies and died. And I couldn't get enough soap quick enough to make walls. I did make a soap drawbridge, though. That's never a good idea, though. I would recommend a teaspoon of maple syrup in your oatmeal, though. That stuff's delicious. How's the fort doing? We be fortin'. Things are pretty good. We've had a few babies, a few new additions. They're still pondering reproductive behavior, but they've also been pondering dictionaries and researching dictionaries and other fun things. There's still pus on the ground. There's still blood on the ground from all of the crows that die and buzzards that die here every year. The dwarves are generally pretty happy, except for the two that are not. Everything's pretty peachy, frankly. Including the peaches that we're making into wine. At least I think that's what they're brewing them into. Or roasting them, somehow. Can you build with cheese? I don't think you can. I know you can build with soap, because I've done it. I don't think cheese can be made into blocks. Okay, so Pink Fluffy still doesn't have clothing. Neither does Zul. Nervicious. You know what's frustrating about children is they don't haul, so it's really hard for them to claim new clothing. And then they go nuts because their clothing rots off their bodies. It's like, well, go fucking claim some. We got tons of it. You big dumbs. Then immediately their mood is fixed when they go claim new clothing when they become adults. Kind of hilarious to me. Why hasn't my monitor shipped yet? Sorry. I bought 2 new monitors. So I'm joining the 3 monitor club. And Amazon claims that they're both arriving today. But neither of them have been shipped yet. I'm starting to believe that the seller for these is like a block up the street or something. So I don't know. I don't know. Oh, hey, wow. That soundtrack finally ended. 2 hours and 37 minutes of it. That's vomit. I have vomit set to be blue. It's just blue vomit, yeah. It's the babies go vomit generally. Because they like to just sit in their rooms for weeks at a time and they get cave adapted. It was the Battletech soundtrack, a soundtrack I actually own on vinyl. But that was just playing off of a playlist. Now we're listening to the Emperor Battle for Dune soundtrack. Which is a very good soundtrack. I listen to primarily video game soundtracks because they're all licensed to be used on Twitch. But I do have some independent artists that I listen to in the pre-show. The pre-show to my streams is like the first 2 hours-ish of my stream. I just sit here with my record player and we listen to records and it's a good time. One that I need to get perms. This one actually arrived today, which is a band called Weed Pecker, which is fucking incredible. Absolutely love this band. Great. Yep, I also have cassettes. I actually, as part of the monitors, I also ordered another camera stand, which has like this long twisty handle on it, as well as a little light. So I'll be able to prop up a webcam next to my cassette deck easier than the way I'd been doing it previously. So I can actually stream cassettes too again, instead of just the records. What time does the stream typically start? I stream 6 days a week, every day of the week except for Fridays, for the occasional extra day off. And I start at 9 a.m. Pacific, although today I started like 15 minutes early. Gunship? No idea what gunship is. But there's plenty of artists that have like basically just like put up their hands and said, yes, you can use our shit. Or more accurately, we won't sue you. That's what actually matters. Is I don't care if they mute my VODs. It's just a matter of, are you going to file a DMCA takedown against me? If no, then we good. I don't care. You can mute my VODs. Yeah, I'm not familiar with gunship. The humans. All right, well, got lots of blocks. Buy their bars. They didn't bring much of. Also, buy some ropes. They're nice to have. Trade. That's the first one. Now let's let them bring some more stuff. How goes the fort? Fort's going pretty good. Whoa! They both left at the same time. God damn it. Well, I guess that's all the training I'm going to get to do. But how goes the fort? Fort's going pretty good. Fort's going pretty good. Babies are vomiting everywhere. We've got humans hanging out, playing musical instruments. Got dwarves meditating on wealth. Many dwarves doing various tasks. We just got done trading with a bunch of humans. Oh, one of the human groups didn't get to trade with the other one. But, yeah. Welcome to the fortress, Valinor. Every single one of our 47 dwarves is named. The current dwarves are Pink Fluffy, Vuzel, Narvicius, Gate Nerd, Max, Cheers Jamie, Hobo, Belug, Hot Cup of Tea, Rhinestone, Squug, Lump, Animal, Great Padinsky, Astro Banjos, Eripterus, Polking, Wave Thrash, Suey, Dragon Man, Pablo, Scrumpet, Goats, Jackie, Jacknerick III, Pispan, Pilot, Focal Fury. I always want to say Fatal Fury. Audio, Slipple, Solantre, Aegis, Eric Shadowblade, Horny, Spitalier, Sweet Sparkle Farts, Instead, Semtaxagon, Jellybutt, who's still chained up and has been for like 30 years, King, Cryo, Barons, Eternal, Petra, DeBerries, Screw, and Euthris. It's real fun having dwarves like Petra, who both of her parents and all of her family are in the fortress. We do have a human as a resident. Yes, Jack Nerick, we do. Semtaxagon is a very nice resident, and in my headcanon, brokered the deal for the humans to bring us stuff. Is a little bit depressed right now, but not seriously so. Just, you know, he's been stressed recently. Really likes his housing. We make him big clothing every year, and he's a very, very, very happy human. Right, getting up there in age, though, I like to think that he ran away from their wife. I think it's their wife. Yeah. Lover, rather. Has some children. Worships 3 deities. Has a bunch of close friends. Kindred spirit with Rara, who is a human that visits every so often, human bowman. And is also really good friends with the outpost liaison. And is also a passing acquaintance with our current expedition leader. Killed a buzzard. Been a pretty good human. My militia, military, I have a few squads. Only one of them is an actual squad, though. The actual squad is the Eternal Guard, which is mostly made up of swords masters and spear masters. We have the Bear Fighters, which is kind of like the hobbyist squad. These are all dwarves that get tired of not practicing a martial art for too long. So I put them into a squad with no weapons and no armor. So they literally just go beat each other up. and I kind of imagine it as like a wrestling competition group, basically. We also have the Flaming Bench, which is the exact same thing, except it's led by Lump. Lump is my manager, so I sometimes when they're training, I'll have to like get my manager to go assign orders. So I need to get the manager off of assigning orders to like, or take that one out. So rather than just manually removing and re-adding him back to the bear fighters, I just made a squad for him. And then I have another one called the Spotted Silvers, which was an attempt to save Hobo. I don't think it's actually going to save. Hobo has been a basket case for about 20 years. Never tantrumed. Not once. But, there he is on the bottom. Is an absolute whack job mentally. He's harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life. Don't know how he's still alive. But, like, also don't know why he's so depressed. Like, the gist I get is, like, again, wants to practice martial art. He's been away from family. That's, like, the only thing that I can tell that's really bothering him. The sad bit is he has no family. So, because he was born before time. Also, his ex-lover or old tavern keeper died a number of years ago. So that might have something to do with it. But, I don't know. He's been utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life for a while. He loved the first Jack Nurick, yes. But couldn't love the second or third. But yeah, no, my militia basically just exists to kill the Kias and buzzards when they show up. Like, that's more or less the whole purpose of my military right now. Goodbye, humans. I mean, there are some rough stories in this fort, you know? We're doing an alcohol. Let's get some alcohol brewing. What Hobo's core memories are? If I can find... Oh, there he is. He personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, values tranquility and quiet, and thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity. Values sacrifice and finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time. Believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Values peace over war, and finds friendship burdensome. Considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Dreams of raising a family. Never becomes angry and finds something humorous in anything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Never acts without prolonged deliberation, and even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, and is completely oblivious to any concept of neatness and will just leave things strewn about without a care. He finds helping others very emotionally rewarding, and he is bashful. He has a calm demeanor, and he often feels discouraged. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and doesn't handle stress well. He likes to keep things practical, without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself. He whispers when he's thinking hard, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he's getting used to tragedy. He likes talc, aluminum, and golden barrel, giant kangaroo tooth and albatross bone, and the color maroon. Spears, leather armor, and llamas for their long necks. You know what, Hobo? I'm going to try something. Because I never realized that you like spears. I have a spear I could just give you. You know, I'm going to give him a willow training spear. Don't want him actually running around with a spear because I don't trust the bloke. The reason I don't trust him is because he is like a loose cannon, potentially. Now to set them up. Excellent. Speakers is good. What kind of speakers are these? Are these like big music speakers or just like computer speakers? You can't actually manually chain dwarves up. They have to commit a crime to chain them up. I could accuse him of a crime that somebody else commits, but that would probably just kill him, realistically. Because my one of the side effects of doing a lot of hauling of boulders is you get a lot of really buff dwarves. So I have a lot of really buff dwarves. Like really buff dwarves. Without them even training. You now have a willow training spear, which was given to us by the humans. Something that's interesting, though, on the topic of keeping dwarves alive, we have Jellybud. This dwarf's been in prison for, like, 40 years now. So long, in fact, this isn't even our prison anymore. They've been chained up. All of their clothes have rotted off their body, and she doesn't feel anything anymore. She was a pretty badass dwarf, but she got a little stressy and immediately tantrumed. And we threw her into prison. And prison was just too much for her, and she lost it immediately. No, it's Jelly who's been imprisoned. Hobo's never been imprisoned. Hobo's never even thrown a tantrum. This dwarf's in prison. And because this dwarf's in prison, the dwarves give her water and feed her. So even though she's completely oblivious to everything, we're keeping her alive. So if I disable this prison, they'll release her and she'll just wander around and starve to death. But the dwarves are keeping her alive, which is fascinating. And I've never had this happen before. Although she's dying of thirst. There you go. Somebody brought her water. It's weird. Yeah, it was probably Jellybud, yeah. So it's really sad. Yeah, I don't know if I should just like cut the cord and let her die or not. Also, if you're wondering what these weird colors are, halfway up, or most of the way up here, there is a tree that kind of popped out of the wall here, a little apricot tree, and a little further up, I think there's another one. Yeah, and a few layers up there, there's the apricot tree. There's also a plum tree and an alder that have all grown here. So down at the bottom here, we have like kind of this constant stream of alder leaves and cones, vomit, apricot leaves, apricots and plums, more vomit, apricots and plums, and more plums, which my dwarves actually gather up. No, they don't gather up the vomit. They leave the vomit, but they pick the plums and. Yeah, I mean, they might gather up the vomit. I wouldn't put it past them, to be honest. Someone has to. How else are you gonna get rid of it? You sweep it up into a dustpan and throw it at your buddy. Speaking of gathering up vomit, though, I need to go get lunch because I am an hour late for lunch. Time flies when you're having fun, right? So I'll be back in under 10 minutes, probably around 5. I need to go stab my fingers with pins and give myself an injection so I can consume the FUD. Let's just do the suspend everything thing. Suspend everything! All right. Give the dwarves a break. Here be. Angie, thank you! Be right back. All right, I return. It seems like a season has passed. Yeah, we're in early autumn. The humans are here to trade. I read that as something totally different. Not an animal has become a stray boar, but... NG, thank you very much for continuing that gift sub for however long you're continuing it for, so thank you very much. And, Voozle, I missed you there, but we'll see you later. This is a funny one. Jess! Thank you very much for the raid. Sorry, I'm just shoving my face with sandwich. Hello, Raiders. Hey, Excelli. How you doing? Andy. Lantra. Trino? I have no idea if I said that right or not. Probably butchered it. Typical humans bringing us guinea fowl blood, which we can't do anything with. You have noms? I literally just got noms. I used to be able to do like 8-9 hour streams without food, but now I have to medically. But you guys don't know Jess. Jess is one of my teammates on Halcyon Frequency, my stream team, which I co-founded with FG. She's our most recent recruit. She's been doing a lot of CK3. So if you want to see Jess crusade her way and rape and pillage her way throughout Europe, you can do that over on her Twitch channel. Also, Excelli does a lot of Factorio, I think, right? I never get to catch your streams, Excelli, because you're on when I'm on and off before I'm off. You fit into that awkward time slot where I never, ever, 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 ever get to see your streams. Kind of like Jess, too, to be honest. I only really get to see Jess if I take a day off in the middle of the week. Hey, Slipple. So, my Dwarven Fortress is going about the perfectly legitimate business of making everybody give us free stuff, or we kill them. Perfectly legitimate business model. And this human town just brought us a tribute, a very generous tribute, of 1 chestnut barrel, 10 guinea fowl blood, 1 plumwood bucket, a rock salt block, 1 tin cage, 1 tame hedgehog, probably in the cage, presumably, 2 silty clay, 5 prickle berries, 1 sheep wool bag, 20 grape seeds, and 25 bronze arrows. How's your dwarf doing? Dwarfin, probably. I know they're still alive. Let's check. I can also check in with Salantre. Slipple, the Dwarf, currently says, one must always be loyal to their cause and the ones they serve. Bags are nice. I like it when they bring me bags. Could care less when they bring me almost anything else. You felt ferocity when you were attacked, probably by a buzzard. You really like find doors. You felt caring, remembering giving somebody water. You felt wonder, communing with your god Ashen. You want to practice a craft. What crafts do you have? Give you weaving. And clothes making. Those are the... Oh, actually, I can also give you leather working. There you go. You'll find a craft. And since we're here, Slentre has killed a gray langur and a buzzard. You're a hero. Feels wonder, communing with Ashen. I wonder what they think. You're 105. Getting up there. Do you have friends yet? Doubtful, but we'll find out, probably. You have a lot of passing acquaintances. No friends. Nice fortress you have there. It'd be a shame if a giant flying fire-breathing chicken were to show up. What are your dwarves up to now that I've suspended all their tasks? Let's see. Euthris is doing nothing. Screw is cleaning. DeBerries is reading Migration, a new approach. Petra's sleeping. Eternal is eating. Barons is reading. Cryo is reading. King is socializing. Jellybud is still in prison. Semtoxicon is praying to one of their gods. Bastet is socializing and getting good thoughts out of it. Sweet Sparkle Farts is going to a stone crafting demonstration. We got a few more socializing, some more eating, some more drinking. Socializing, praying. No job, probably in between places. Sleeping, watching a stone crafting demonstration. Drinking, storing something in a bag, probably a seed. They're also in between. Harvesting plants, socializing, meditating on jewels. Thinking about jewels, basically. Socializing, pondering reproductive behavior. God, I can't say that out loud without laughing. Socializing, harvesting plants, pondering reproductive behavior, socializing, meditating on mountains, individual combat drill, playing, and then the other two are babies and can't do anything that their mom ain't doing. I made a fortress out of salt once. We called it Fortress Twitch Chat. It was good times.
Yes, and not only could you tame a dragon, you could breed baby dragons. The thing is, good luck finding a dragon.
When we say that creatures are rare in Dwarf Fortress, we don't just mean that. We literally mean that. Like, I know people who have, like, thousands of hours in this game and can count on one hand the number of dragons they've seen. Myself, I've seen one dragon. We tamed it, made it our friend, and used it as a fire turret. And then it attacked a war dog, and a dwarf cut its head off. I've seen one hydra. We made it into a pet hydra, and it laid us a bunch of hydra eggs, and we ate them and put them on pedestals all around the fortress. It was wonderful. I'm placing these cages with tame animals that they brought. Cockatiel. Because these cages right here are filled with different animals. For our zoo, we have a tree frog, a hedgehog, a cardinal, a fluffy wambler, a wren, a slug, and that's an empty cage, and a cardinal. I've seen a few rocks, actually. I've seen like 4 or 5. Never 2 in the same fort, though. And I've caught a couple and killed a couple. I generally just kind of eat rocks because, like, there's so much meat. Yeah, especially that slug exhibit. Visendir. That slug exhibit is wonderful. Cannot even exaggerate how glorious that slug exhibit is. There is Adventure Mode and Legends Mode are the 2 other modes. Fortress Mode is the most popular one. Fortress 1 is the kind of the game's namesake. Adventure mode, you play as one character and can go anywhere in a big open world that are generated just like the playable maps like this one, right? So they're just like this, but it's just one gigantic open world and you can just roam around as in adventure mode. Legends mode, it gives you basically just like a digital printout spreadsheet of the game's history or the world that you've generated's history, and you can just read about the world's history. Had to do some errands? Well, that's good. Errands are important. But if anybody's wondering, we're up to year 59. Early autumn, which means in, like, I don't know, 40 minutes or so. Not even. 30 minutes, 20 minutes. We will be in year 60, which will put us at 55 years in this world. 55 years. We're almost 6% done. We're 5.5% done. You only heard about Adventure? I could show you a VOD of Legends mode if that would help. Legends is like... Let me give you a VOD of Legends. Holy shit, this VOD has 1,000 views on it? I had no idea. But if you want, you can skip through that, and that'll give you a pretty good idea of what Legends is like. Somewhere in that VOD is where we found the Necromancer Queen that would get married every couple of weeks to different husbands, then would plot to murder them, and then reanimate them as zombies. She got married hundreds of times. You need a bigger desk for your new speakers? I have a solution. Put them under your desk. It is good to be back to Longdeath. Let's discuss the world and its situation. Whenever the next dialogue box decides to pop up. Die to some crash? I mean, yeah, speakers under desk. Use the speakers as a desk? Now that's the real galaxy brain thought. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Leather, the metal. I don't know. Generally the advice with speakers actually is put the subwoofer under your desk, but yeah, it'll work. Well then, we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your crafts dwarf ship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. I need to sneeze. Hold up. Never mind, I lied. Nope, definitely need to... Alright, sneeze complete. Screw, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Have you seen Lump recently? ASMR is this, not sneezing. Big weirdo. I watched a 30-minute video the other day about coffee grinders. I've got people being doubtful on Reddit that I can make this fort last for 1,000 years, and I'm like, well, it's running at... The only time we have frame rate issues is once a month when the full moon rolls over. And that's for half a second. Game hitches and unhitches. No, I don't do sneeze ASMR. I'm not going to deafen you. Also, good news, everyone. My monitors have officially shipped. Excellent. That means I might have monitors by dinner time. I can join the big old 3-screen club. All right, let's trade all of that clothing. 'Cause I've got stupid amounts of clothing. And there they go. You need one more? Oh, I'm sure I'll need more. The plan is currently, because I'm upgrading I'm getting 2 new screens. Neither of them are super nice. Neither of them are gaming monitors. They're just nicer screens than the ones I have, because the ones I have are, one is about to go kaput, and then the other one is just garbage. But this one is mountable, so I will mount this one with the other 2. And then in either next, I'll just keep an eye out, because I have a nicer monitor that I'm keeping an eye on. That is 144 hertz and 1080p. Keeping an eye on that one, and then whenever that pops up at a decent price, I will just snap it and grab it. And then retire this one because it's 50 hertz and trash. And this one, which is kind of my old monitor, I've had it since 2008. It doesn't understand what black is. Black is a pale shade of red. It's not nice. Doubt it'll make a difference for DF. Yeah, but every now and again, I play kind of a lot of Trackmania off stream. Like, I don't care about DF, but what I do care about is my eyes. So I want monitors that are easy to look at, have good color for like low blue light and whatnot, and good eye care settings, which is primarily what I'm looking for, is good eye care settings. Because I value my eyes, because they don't work very well. So... Bow, bow. But yeah, no, I think we can get this to 1,000 years. Just need to be, excuse me, just need to be careful. That's the primary thing. Need to be very careful. That's a lot of clothing. All right, I don't need that. We'll take that. That, rose gold, and sterling silver. Also, something that's kind of exciting, we haven't had any moods in a while, but because we've had some new dwarves show up that haven't had strange moods yet, we might get some interesting artifacts soon. Although, that being said, we haven't had a single useful artifact, so we'll see. I would, well, how soon do you need to be up, I guess is the question. Whether or not you should drink more wine. I mean, obviously the knee-jerk reaction is yes, drink more wine. But, it depends on when you need to be up. If you have no obligations tomorrow, fuck yeah, drink more wine. If you have obligations for tomorrow, maybe try and sleep. If you don't need to get up, have another glass of wine. That would be my recommendation. Back and fed, that's good, as long as you're not fed up. Let's buy a steel puzzle box for my toys. And a bronze toy hammer, why not? Ooh. Instruments I don't have and can't make. Diorite Lilara can make those. But I will totally grab that. Crystal glass Zagug. Zagug. Crystal glass Keurig. Interesting. They brought a lot of instruments. I will totally take all of these. Thank you. Just makes you more depressed. Yeah, like I mean that's up to your discretion at that point, right? Stupid or slipple in this case. It's like that's up to your discretion. So like like for me personally, I can have a beer and be fine. But once I've had a beer, I have zero self-control to stop myself from having more beer. And if I have more than one beer, I wake up suicidal the next day. So generally, I can only really drink one beer. Unless it's like I will sober up before I go to bed kind of situation. Like if I'm drinking at 8 o'clock in the morning, yeah, I can have another beer, you know? But I don't do that very often. I have, but I don't. Rather sooner than later. I mean, this is not grape juice. How you doing, Silver Tongue? Dude, that new J8 Jupiter Hell patch is good. It says, ah, wonderful. Thank you for your business. Hey, the human Bowman returns once again. For the love of interviews. I think we already read. Yes. Cheers, Jamie's book. That seems like a lot of pressure. Not because it was a pressure pun to explode the bottle with, but because that's a short period of time to do kind of a lot of alcohols. I really like this conversation going on the subreddit for my Reddit post about this fort today. First person says, how long would your total playtime be for 1,000 years? Someone else responds with 100 FPS a year is 67.2 minutes. If FPS death can be avoided, he's looking at least 1,000 hours. And then next person is... Playtime would depend heavily on frame rate, which usually is tied to the age of the fort for one reason or another. So, yeah, really long time. And then third person, kill the cats. No context. Kill the cats. There's a reason I have no cats in this fort. Or dogs, for that matter. We ate them all. I do have pigs, but because they're all pastured, they don't path anywhere, right? Speaking of, I need to geld a bunch of those. I see what you did there, Stone. You know, Stone, if you slash me before that, the C would be red. And you could be like, kill the kittens. There's the thread if anyone wants to partake in the babbling. Thread's doing weirdly well. Every now and again, like, generally when I post about my streams on the subreddit, they just get downvoted into oblivion, but, like, every once in a while, they do really well, and it's very strange. Reddit works in mysterious ways. Changes its mind about things faster than my ex-girlfriend. Narvicious! Your dwarf, by the way, is a child. You were disgusted retching on miasma because you left food on the ground in your own bedroom. Reddit is literally the 1,000 monkeys with typewriters syndrome. Generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others. A turnaround after wearing tattered clothing in the year 57. Of course, everybody should have shitty clothes. It strengthens them up as a child. But you felt enjoyment playing make-believe. You're playing with you're very fond of a mini forge, and you say that you're well. And you basically just live in this bedroom. Occasionally you leave and vomit a bunch, and then you go back. Oh, also, the reason these boars are fighting is because we're cutting their balls off. Looks like the dwarves are leaving. So this channel actually got started, Sharkers, at, like, the first year of me streaming. I streamed very casually. Like, I'd stream like an hour to 3 hours a day because I was working full-time and I had a really long commute. And I played almost exclusively heavily modded Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Or more specifically, OpenRCT 2. I also played a lot of Tycoon games back then. But we were looking... Chat really wanted a Roller Coaster Tycoon-related emote. Which is why to this day my tip sound is still just, like, the roller coaster exploding sound from RCT. True story. So they wanted a roller coaster-related emote. So I gave them that because it was just too fitting. Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 is actually my least favorite installment in the series, not counting the new ones. And I never really got heavily into it, but we wanted something Roller Coaster Tycoon related. There is no issue with cave adaptation. It's just children because children just go play in their bedrooms anyway, so it's almost unavoidable. I can't control the children. I mean, in theory, I guess I could do like Dwarven daycare or something, but I don't feel like micromanaging that shit. Also, that would fuck up pathing. And make them quite sad. As far as cave adaptation goes, we're literally in a big hole, right? So they're seeing the sun all the time. So they get over it once they become adults, and if they don't get over it, then they fucking die. Also, yeah, literally all of the skeletons from my emotes, all of these guys, are based on Mr. Bones and the meme Mr. Bones Wild Ride, which is an RCT meme. So... yeah, I don't stream Roller Coaster Tycoon and probably never will ever again due to harassment from a very small group of people that used to watch me back then. But I still love the game. It's one of my favorite franchises of all time. If my very incorrect Steam hours don't tell you enough. I also was quite fond of Planet Coaster for a while there, but it got dull quickly. I only lasted 1,000 hours on that game. So, yeah, 1,783, but I would actually double that because I streamed the game for another year using only OpenRCT, which didn't launch through Steam. So... you mean the stuff that my friend Marcel makes? Yeah. I know what Marcel does. Very familiar with Marcel and his work. I was one of the first... I was among the group of people that convinced him to start making videos. Are you dwarfed here? Not that I think so. But there's no empty dwarves anyways. The mad lad Marcel! Yes. No, Marcel made a working calculator in Roller Coaster Tycoon, and we were all like, what the fuck? Make a video about it. He goes, why? No one would think this is interesting. We're like, what the fuck? Make a video about it. So he made a video about it. And then it went viral. And then he made another video like 2 weeks later that went viral again. Stone Shard? Garbage. Don't buy it. Stone Shard. It's shit. It's one of the worst fucking games I've played in years. It's upsetting. Borderline false advertising. I hate that game. I think it's trash. I love how many reviews are just like, I like this game, but it's very linear. And and there's nothing. And then the boss is really hard, and I didn't beat it. So I hope the game opens up at some point. It's like, you have 4 hours in the game, and you didn't beat the prologue, which is fucking free? Anyway. It's trash. Don't buy it. It's the highest selling roguelike game on Steam, I think. And it's trash. Garbage. Don't fucking buy it. Admittedly, my opinions video is rather outdated, but I played the most recent patch off stream for about an hour. They really haven't fixed anything. They've actually made it worse in some ways. It's boring, slow, dull, uninteresting. If you want a better roguelike, buy Jupiter Hell. If you want a better roguelike, buy Caves of Cud. If you want a better roguelike, buy Lost Flame. If you want a better roguelike, buy whatever that one was called by the guy that does all the good music writing, which I can never remember the name of, which I own, but I haven't streamed. Buy Rift Wizard. That's not the one I was thinking of. I'm thinking of a different one. Tanglewood. That's it. Buy Tanglewood. Buy Tome. Or just download Tome because it's fucking free. Play Brogue, which is fucking free. Literally the only thing that's good about Stone Shard is it has pretty pixel art. That's it. And the prologue has some nice voice acting. Play Hack. Yeah, that's another one. Although if you want to play Stone Shard, just play the prologue, which is free. Yeah. Play the fucking prologue. It's the only good part of the game. Which is ironic because it has mixed reviews now. Because it's garbage. Does Stone Shard proper have mixed reviews yet? Because it should. The only reason it actually has positive reviews... Oh, no. The recent reviews on Stone Shard are mixed. Yeah, people are finally starting to come around to my side. I loved Stone... To be clear, I loved Stone Shard for the first 2 hours I played it. And then I started to see through all of the problems of the game and then was like, actually, no, this is trash. This is actually really bad. The only reason that game did well was because everybody who owns Darkest Dungeon got a 30% off coupon for it. You've never actually heard of Tanglewood? Tanglewood's good, if it's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, no, not Tanglewood. Tangle Deep, that's the one I'm thinking of. This one. This one's good. This thing. Play Tangle Deep. Tangle Deep's good. It's by Zircon, who writes a lot of really good video game music remixes. Better than Stone Shard. Jupiter Hill is better than Stone Shard as well. Which I actually have a command for. Because I shill for that game a lot. Caves of Cud is better than Stone Shard. Just got a massive patch too. You haven't heard of that? Streamed it yesterday for like 6 hours, 7 hours. Exactly, Sockmund, yeah. You don't like the look of Stone Shard? I had so many people tune into my stream the 2 days I streamed that game. The thing that makes me mad more than anything about Stone Shard is the number of people that tuned in. Like on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, Travis? The number of people that tuned into my stream when I was playing Stone Shard, like, outdoes anything I've done in almost years. Like, I think I got like 600 followers in 2 days. Like, there was hundreds of people watching the stream, and they were all asking me if it was like Stardew Valley. On the Dwarf Fortress subreddit? Yeah, I don't know why the Dwarf Fortress subreddit took off with my post today. Normally, they just downvote my posts into oblivion, but today I guess they were just like, thumbs up. Because streamers have permission to post on the subreddit to the point where ClinoDev will, like, just tell me to post my streams on there. So I do sometimes. Although I like to leave space for people that need the traffic more than me. Because, like, I'm already full-time, and there's a lot of people that stream... There's quite a few people now that stream Dwarf Fortress that certainly are not full-time that need the traffic more than I do. But every now and again, I post my stuff up there. Generally, I just post my YouTube stuff up there, though. Because I don't like to clog it if I don't need to. But yeah, I'm here 6 days a week, every single day of the week, except for Fridays, which generally I spend most of the day editing YouTube stuff anyway. Screw other people? Nah. There's a lot of, like, really good broadcasters that play Dwarf Fort that are pretty new to broadcasting or have been broadcasting for a long time and never really got any recognition. And as somebody who, like, I've had some success in the last few years. I've been streaming for almost 8 years. And certainly had many years where I had absolutely no success, no recognition, and mostly was kind of a uninteresting, boring, generic broadcaster that no one had any reason to watch. And I've done pretty well in the last 2-3 years now. So I don't know, I like to give back. Give other people an opportunity to get that. Gotta pump that toady hype. Oh yeah, also, we're gonna have Tarn Adams on the stream on the 1st. October 1st, 3 p.m. Pacific. So right now, because it's 3 p.m. Pacific, in 2 days, on Thursday, Tarn will be on my stream, or we'll just be getting started. DF broadcasters are all weird. Are all weird? Is that what you're trying to say? And most of them are actually good. Yeah, I mean, you have to be good at the game in order to really stream it. You know what's ironic about that sentence, Travis? Is number one, certainly try Jupiter Hell after Spelunky 2. But Spelunky 2 is made by I can't, Derek Yu, I think that's his name. Jupiter Hell is the spiritual successor to Doom the Roguelike, which was a Doom fan game, a Doom demake. Okay, it's just audio. Who's depressed still? I'm surprised that my 2 depressed dwarves haven't died yet. Anyway, is the spiritual successor to Doom the Roguelike. Derek Yu did the art for Doom the Roguelike. He's had no fingers on Jupiter Hell, but he did the tile set for Doom the Roguelike. And one of the game, Doom the Roguelike and Aliens RL, which were both by Chaos Forge, the guy who made Jupiter Hell, are the games that heavily got me into roguelikes. Like, I'd played a few of them back in the day. I'm giving you so much to research. Yeah, no, Chaos Forge are the guys behind Aliens the Roguelike, Doom the Roguelike, and Diablo the Roguelike. Got massively DMCA'd by ZeniMax for Doom the Roguelike. And then went on to make Jupiter Hell, which is basically Doom the Roguelike 2 in a lot of ways, with some mechanics from Aliens the Roguelike. It's an interesting mishmash of things, and it's a lot of fun. But yeah, no, I'm a weirdly good little encyclopedia for that stuff. Either DF or ADOM. I played a lot of ADOM. I think ADOM ate about 2 years of my life. I never finished it, though. Never finished it, because I played it blind. So, I got pretty far a couple of times, but I've never actually finished it. I've also never streamed it. But no, this was actually the game that got me into roguelikes way back when. Gotta go to a lecture? How dare you? You have a good lecture. Don't die of boredom. Thanks for the Prime sub! Enjoy the ad-free viewing and stuffs. Cheers. But no, the game that... Can I get a round of beers? For Travis. For that Prime sub. This is the game that got me into roguelikes. I can get a full screen version of this image. This game. It's called Dungeons of Doom. On the Mac 2. On Mac 1? Like 1980 something it came out. It was just a little proc-gen dungeon crawler with very simple stats. If you ate too much food, your stomach would explode, which scarred me for life. And played a shit ton of that. And then I got a Windows 98 PC in like 2004-ish, at which point I just tried to find any games that were either free or lightweight, because games were bad. It was very, very, very simple. It had like no interesting or depth or whatever. No interesting mechanics or depth or anything, really. And I was just obsessed with getting any game that I could play. So games that I played were either perfectly, completely legal copies gotten from our brothers over in Sweden and partitioned into tiny little portions of zipped files and put onto my MP3 player and snuck into my house and then loaded onto my computer or burned onto discs and then snuck into my house because video games were evil. Evil wastes of time, and so is the internet. From my friends' houses onto my computer. That's how I got Age of Empires. It was like a burned copy of a disc. Stuff like that. Same with StarCraft. StarCraft was a cracked version which was partitioned down into zip files, which was put onto my 512 megabyte MP3 player and brought over to my house and then reinstalled there, which was fun. And that's how I got most of my games. And then when I first found Moria, I somehow never got into NetHack. I don't know how that happened, but it was Moria and ADOM were the two games I found. And never got into DCSS, but Moria and ADOM were the two games that I got into. And it was mind-blowing, because I was like, oh my god, it's a game I can just play forever. And, of course, eventually I did get onto the internet, and my parents softened up in that regard. But it still took a very, 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 very long time. It's snowing, so I think I'm just going to let them keep going about their business for a little bit. How is Hobo doing? He's no longer purple, so he's less stressed. Which is kind of okay. He's now an adept spear dwarf. He likes spears, so I gave him a willow training spear. But yeah, no, I don't know. I've always been kind of into niche PC gaming just as a broadcaster. And then I'd say it was probably around 20... Like, I actually found Dwarf Fortress for the first time in about 2009. Was the first time I stumbled upon it because I was playing... The time I'd finally gotten onto the internet, and I was playing a lot of Counter-Strike and stuff. I was looking for a game to play in queue, and at the time I think I was still playing ADOM. A friend of mine recommended Dwarf Fortress, and I'd never heard of it. So I looked it up, and I was infatuated with the weird stories that were coming out of it. And then the process began of installing the game once every 6 months, downloading it, extracting it from the zip file, launching it, trying to generate a world, being confused as to why the mouse didn't work, and then Alt F4ing. And then that continued for a couple of years. And I just kind of became way too interested in all interviews and any stories that would pop up about Dwarf Fortress, so I kept up to date with the game, but never really got into it. Like 2012-ish, before I moved out, the year I moved out, I got to the point where I could generate a world and like read legends, which is basically what I did up until about 2017 actually, at which point chat started harassing me to learn Dwarf Fortress because I was streaming RimWorld and stuff like that. Chat started harassing me to learn Dwarf Fortress, and I just snapped early 2018 and started learning it off stream. Kind of got the basics down packed of actually playing Fortress mode, and then started streaming it in 2018 and kind of haven't stopped. By Undead Carp. I read many stories about that, but that had been patched up before I got into the game heavily. So, like, I read a lot of the really famous stories, like, as they were ongoing. Whenever an article would pop up about one, I'd read it. And yeah, it was just kind of a fascination for years. Kind of in the same way I've had this weird fascination with EVE Online, but no real interest in playing it. The difference with me and Dwarf Fortress is the one thing that I really regret is not getting into the game sooner, because goddamn, this game's actually really fucking easy. It just takes like an hour and a half of like actually reading a wiki to fucking learn. Which is why when people tell me, they're like, oh, I can never get into Dwarf Fortress because of the X reason. My response always was, I was like you once. Then I stopped being like that. Which always kind of annoys people, but it's like, no, I sympathize. I made these armor stands and never placed them anywhere. So it's like, I fully sympathize. I get it. I was right there with you. It's not that hard to actually get into Dwarf Fortress. You just need to make the effort to get into Dwarf Fortress. Dwarves don't mind running around in the snow. They just don't like getting snowed on. It's not the hardest game. It's the most game. Max. Which is why I'm so excited about the Steam version. I'm not excited about the Steam version because it's, you know, gonna blow up my stream or anything, because I don't think it will. I think it'll help my stream, but I don't think it's gonna do too much.
I was right. I never left. Kappa.
Well, how can you left if you don't write? Wait, what? Well, you did write about going right after you wrote about going left. God damn, I can't do that. Anyway, can I get a round of beers for Caleb? Thanks for the 28 months, my dude. Cheers, man. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've had a good month since we last saw you. But yeah, it's very easy to post beer in the chat. Just type in the word beer, my beer emote, the beers emoji, the beer emoji, HS cheers, or a variety of other languages for the word beer also works. I love watching them dance. Although I don't have every language, so if one doesn't work, don't hate me. Well, here's the thing, right? Two things about why I think the Steam version won't have that problem. Sunk cost fallacy and Steam reviews. You want to see a game that's just as hard to learn as Dwarf Fortress? But what's the big advantage that Crusader Kings 3 has? No, Eve, you need human communication skills. Now, that's not a skill that's necessary for Dwarf Fortress. You living with family right now? Oh, God. Somehow made grilling burgers into a massive argument. That sucks, man. But no, this game has just as many menus and sub-menus as Dwarf Fortress, if not more. And relatively close to similar levels of depth, learning curve-wise. Difference is this game has a 2-hour tutorial. But that's not why this game is so successful. It's got 16,579 reviews. So is Dwarf Fortress, Slipple. It's got 16,579 reviews that are very positive. That is 16,579 reasons why you should maybe continue trying for another hour to learn the game. If Dwarf Fortress has 800 very positive or overwhelmingly positive reviews, it's 800 reasons to keep trying. Because 800 people obviously liked it enough to leave a review. That's not the point of the discussion, Slipple. That's not the point of the discussion. Of course CK2 is a better game, and CK2 will continue to be a better game for another 2 years. That's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is, once you've spent $60 on a game, or $20 on a game, and there's X number of people that say it's good, you're more likely to continue trying to learn it. That's the point I'm trying to make. Why is there coffins in the middle of my... Dwarves, why are you leaving coffins everywhere? Like I said, Slipple. Not the point of the discussion. But that's why the Steam version's important. How was stream today, Belle? Hey, hi, hello. My monitors have shipped. My monitors have shipped. I need to go check my blood sugar. My head feels fuzzy. You finished Eco. Did you win? Did you blow up the asteroid, or did the asteroid blow up the Earth? Are you saying that I love a cheeseburger? Oh, I love a cheeseburger. I'll come back for you. Oh, you still had 10 days left and you blew up the asteroid? Not bad. I guess that military dictatorship of Belistania did well. I also want a cheeseburger. Glenodev, what the fuck's up with Reddit today? Reddit's all like, yo, let's upvote the hell out of Blind. You moderate the thing. You know it better than me. Also, hey, Clino. How's things? Clino is the local Reddit aficionado. Also, goddamn, now I want a cheeseburger. Anyway, I'm gonna go check my blood sugar because my head feels fuzzy. Back in a sec. Closest thing I've had to a burger this year was I had a Burgwich. So a hamburger in a sandwich patty. Actually, I think I had one before the pandemic. I'm pretty sure I had a cheeseburger before the pandemic. But that'd be vote manipulation, which is very bad. I mean, I do post the thread in my chat and just say, hey, you know, I can't tell you to upvote it, but, like, there's a Reddit thread if you want it. Speaking of Reddit threads if you want it, this is not a Reddit thread, but it is a human donation to the Dwarven cause of we're better than humans. And we've now reached the year 60. The fortress is now 55 years old. And goddamn, they're walking slow. Smoke break. Be safe. Local boars? What? This is the hooligans, yeah. Early spring is the hooligans. The football hooligans. The Confederacy of Sport. Which would probably very much entertain Polygon. The human faction based purely on sport. Because they're always very entertained by random terms generated by Dwarf Fort. Duco. Or Kurukal. Or Kurukal, I think? Maybe? Oh, I love a cheeseburger. I love a cheeseburger. I'm back for you. Although, some people are getting a little bit ahead of themselves. I've had a few people tune in today and say, "What time's the interview?" I'm like, "That's not today. That's on the 1st." Very clearly on the 1st. I've had to filter through over 150 question submissions, so that video did well. Where we lay our dead to rest? Yes, we do. It's 3 Z levels beneath the bottom floor. Oh, you're welcome, Caleb. Although it's a good thing we get an extended siesta this week, so we get a break. At some point, these guys are going to be carrying this down here, and they're just going to get smacked by a buzzard. The elves have also arrived to trade. Let's see what they brought us. The humans, that is. I don't know how I would pronounce that, Stone. I do see diorite blocks there, though. Oh, never mind. 1 lignite blocks. 5 horse cheese. 1 slate amulet. 1 marble. I know it's like 1 marble boulder. But like, I like to imagine it's like a glass marble, you know? Back into real baseball? Bad. No real sports. Only sports. Also, F1's pretty fun. That's the sport I'm into these days. It's a very big marble, yeah. Oh, that explains why he was walking so slow. It's because the poor bloke was carrying a boulder. And here come the humans to trade. You're here to not save the day. You have been saving the day, actually. You've had 2 children. In fact, you are the mum to the only 2nd-generation dwarves in the fort, Dragon Man. Yeah. You have a son and a daughter. Nervicious and Vuzel. Who are 2 and 6, respectively. I don't know why they made me give you a boulder, but here you go. So yeah, I would say you are doing quite well. And your husband, Wave Thrash, is very happy. Generally. Although, he is kind of dejected after being unable to practice a craft for too long. Which means I think it's basically time to unsuspend the jobs. What else do I need? Because I sold all of the clothing not too long ago. Heavy. Because they brought me a boulder. I don't know. Not great. Has it really been 10 years that they've been giving me tribute now? Welcome back, Sockmund. Wow. I'm glad that you're keeping track of this stuff, because I wouldn't be able to. I'm assuming your screenshots are right. You're our main historian in this regard. I would say you're our only historian in this regard, actually. Alright, let's actually trade. Answering a question on Reddit, sorry. Also, I need to make a playlist for this fort on YouTube, I think. Those cheese spots sell for more than I thought they would. So this is weird. Undulating cloth strings. Elves, you guys are special. And there we go. We've traded with the elves. We really need that cloth thread. That being said, I think I have enough rope reed and pigtail cloth. What do you guys think, chat? 668 rope reed cloth and 850 pigtail. Keep them from clogging your inventory lists. I don't usually have a problem, but it's always funny to kind of point them out. I like buying them and then using them in my instruments. I have a couple instruments actually with divine materials that I've put together. Like this green glass zigzag. I think it's this one. There's another one. I want to say it's this one. Yeah, the granite Nakus. Nope. Or no, it just doesn't mention what the, Nope, not that one. I do have... I think it might be handheld, so I can't actually construct it, so it might actually be in the bin. That or somebody ran off with it. Nope. This is it, I think. Nope, not that one. But this is one that I made. I don't know where it went. But it's one of those. It's like basically a lute or a like a handheld stringed instrument. But it has undulating strings I put on it. I don't know where the fuck it went though. So it's somewhere, question mark. The current word story is only shaping up to make mild sense. Hey, if it's making mild sense, then it's doing better than when I was paying attention to it. Over on, over on the Discord, on my Discord, we're trying to write a story one word at a time. Also count to 1,000,000. The reason is I'm trying to increase engagement on my Discord. Because I'm going to lose Discord partner if I don't have enough engagement on my Discord. So I'm encouraging people to join my Discord and help us with these shenanigans so that I can maintain Discord partner. We have enough people in the Discord. I just need like 2 more people to join a week, and I need more people to be talking. So I made those 2 dumb rooms so we can count to 1,000,000 and tell stories. You heard me, I think. Wait, what? To which part? Also, this dwarf has completely fucking lost it. Have you started pulling your clothes off yet? No, not yet. But you are oblivious to reality, which is unfortunate. Also, do I have a dwarf without a bedroom? I think I might, actually. I do. The 2 babies don't have bedrooms. Did I mention that this soundtrack's good, by the way? This is a fucking banger right here. I have no idea what this game is. I think it's an RTS. Never played it. But it's fucking good soundtrack. I mean, yeah. Don't spam. Like, it's controlled chaos. But it's to help my server keep the perks of being a Discord partner. Because they're unpartnering people who don't make their new requirements, and numbers-wise, I make the new requirements. My server's like kind of a grandfathered server. My server has been around since back when Discord was in beta. So my server was one of the first 10,000 servers. Humble brag. I was using Discord before it was cool, so. I also used Zoom before it was cool. I used Zoom to record podcasts before Discord had video calls. What's up, Grandma Sweets? How's things? This soundtrack's like up there with Command and Conquer for me, personally. How are the dwarves? Dwarves are alright. One of them is almost a lost cause, and one of them is going nuts. But aside from that, they're pretty much okay. Investments are over, but they happen every 45 minutes. The way they work is you type an exclamation point tickets, you see how many tickets you have, and then you can invest the tickets to get more tickets. It's completely pointless and has absolutely no practical use or reason to exist. It's just a thing you can do if you want. God, I can't wait to spin that Reed Pecker record. Oh yeah, and we also still have that one dwarf who's still, chained up. We're making charcoal. I'm forging spiked iron balls. Man, you don't even enjoy your goddamn job. You ungrateful little twat of a dwarf. At least I can say my dwarves are really good at what they do. Oh, would you look at that? Congratulations, Spitalier. Chat, anybody want to be entered into the legends of this fortress? Because Spitalier has had another baby. A second baby today, in fact. Now has a pet goat and 2 pet dwarves. But Kib, the only son of Spitalier, was born today, which makes him very young indeed. Not Goffer. Welcome to the fortress. And you say... It's first come, first serve. Smile. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. Also, hey, Goffer. How you doing? He is slow to tire, yet quick to heal. Likes Goffer let Mosk Eskal. When dwarf go brrrr. Yeah, pretty much. It goes his medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. His medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. He personally is a firm believer in the value of tradition. Values eloquence. Does not really value skills related to fighting. You and a lot of other people, it seems, Goffer. Did they just have an update or something? He is very rarely moved by curiosity. Quite polite, and has an active sense of humor. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and grateful when others help him out. Tries to return favors and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over the practical applications of normal everyday-to-day life. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and would like to take it easy, and he thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He likes a little excitement now and again and is comfortable with others that have a different appearance and culture. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. While I continue refreshing Amazon to see how close my package is to shipping. Well, getting to me. Little line is filling up slowly. How about I just ban that emote? And then life would be better for literally everybody involved, Caleb. I've actually thought about doing that, low-key. But I think it would just confuse too many people. And is probably a bad idea. But I have genuinely thought about doing that. So please don't challenge people to do that, because that emote is grating on my brain. It's weird how well the dual-wielding pistols actually works. It looks like he's dual-wielding pistols. There's something about that emote. Yeah, that's why there's other options for different smileys. Can you dual wield in Jupiter Hell? You can dual wield in Jupiter Hell. You can also learn the secrets of Gun Kata and shoot two enemies at once in different directions without even pulling the trigger. Which is kind of brilliant to watch your character spin around in circles while you're walking around and just everything's dying in circles around you. Oh, no, totally, which is why I still use it as my main emote, but it's not a smiley. People think it's a smiley, but it's not a smiley. If you want a smiley, use, like, any other emote. There's a streamer with just a big 6-part version of that smiley. Man, I need, like, a sword emote. I need to unlock some more emotes. We need a lot of subs to do that, though. One day we'll have above 700 subs, and I'll get another emote. Although I really want, like, a Crypt D. Which should be, like, a... Sort of like... Hold on. I need a D emote. There we go. This works. Something like that. But like with a dwarf going, ah! Because I really like deface emotes. This is what you use after deliberately saying something stupid. See, you get it. So you're allowed the power of that emote. The problem with it is it has no nose, I think. It has black eyes with no pupils, and it has no nose. It's just wrong and uncanny. I need more wood burners. And cheeseburgers, probably. Going to suspend all those. Noses are overrated? How do you smell then? Obviously terrible. Because you didn't shower this morning and that's disgusting. Please shower, even if you're working from home. Heard of dungeon rankers? No, should I have? Or just a thin black line? Yeah, but like those smileys doesn't even have that. It's just those black terrifying pupils. Mostly just black terrifying pupils that have no irises. So it's disgusting and not something I'll ever be interested in because I don't like mobile games and I don't like battle royale games. Good to know. You know what's hilarious to me is the people who confuse roguelikes and roguelites, like non-traditional roguelikes, because by modern definitions of roguelites, PUBG is a roguelike. Skype? I haven't used Skype in maybe 10 years, so the concept of Skype scares me. Every now and again, Windows 10 will reinstall Skype and start it up when I launch Windows, and I have a mini heart attack when I hear that sound. PUBG isn't a roguelike. God. What is a fish by definition? An underwater creature that has scales and gills, and doesn't blink, and can eat a dwarf in one gulp, right? I know PUBG isn't a roguelike, but by, like, the people who call Risk of Rain a roguelike. Like, PUBG is just as much a roguelike as that. Got permadeath, randomly placed items, and random spawns. Which is basically the limitation for a modern definition of roguelike. Action roguelikes. I'm so sorry, Sockmund. Really? They didn't use Zoom? Although I've never heard of Link. What the fuck is Link? It's a kind of almost a pity that Discord has such a gamer branding built around it. Da-da-da-da. Wait, no, that's not Link. Not da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That's the other one. That's the Final Fantasy. Can you tell I was never a console kid? Isn't that the bloke with the hood from the video game that the Nintendo made? Yeah, probably. They just rolled an artifact. I love it when they... Okay. I love it when they name artifacts after themselves and on the artifact is an image of themselves. Those are my favorites. Just, God, you're a self-indulgent twit. You're a member of a political party, and you use Discord. Hey, man. Everybody's got to have a party sometimes. I'm not going to judge you for being a member of a political party, dude. I'm going to go grab something to eat. Just don't squish it. It's like be gentle when you grab it, you know? But that is funny though. That and also kind of absurd that your company is using Skype. Skype is like the Internet Explorer of video conferencing software. It's like, it's terrible, but everybody who's the definition of a normie uses it because they don't know any better. I don't know what I'm going to use this building for. I'll figure out a use for it. Discord has the most reliable connection, and it's free. Why wouldn't you use it? I mean, seriously, why wouldn't you use it? You miss Adobe? What happened to Adobe? They still take my money every year. I don't... What's there to miss? With your Microsoft email and calendar? Yeah, I guess that would make a degree of sense. I hate to say that it makes sense to use Skype, but I can see it. I will say I kind of am rather amused by all the advertisements that are popping up now that are just like, hey, this awkward moment happened during a video conferencing call, because I'm just like, yeah, that's kind of relatable. Because, yeah, generally they do. Although, I've never really used cameras for video conferences. Like, I've been having meetings of various sorts for years using various video conferencing software. And, yeah, I don't think I've ever actively used cameras for it. So it's kind of weird to me that, like, in 2020, suddenly everybody's using cameras. It's like, you don't need to see people. Just do it like a conference call. It's fine. You don't need to be staring into somebody's living room, but... No one is calling from bed. I will admit, I've absolutely... Like, this is like Twitch-related meetings, right? I've absolutely had meetings with potential sponsors and companies that I've talked about working with while still in bed. I've certainly done that. This year, in fact. It's like, although okay, so I used to work on a YouTube channel that did a lot of interviews and stuff. I don't work on that YouTube channel anymore, but we used to interview this one developer for this one game. Some people might know what I'm talking about. I just won't name names. Anyway, we used to do their interviews on their lunch break. And we used to do the interviews on their lunch break. And that's UK time. I'm in Canada. So that's like 4 o'clock in the morning my time. And I would just wake up and we would record an interview. Generally, like my friend would do all the recording on his end locally. And the two of us would interview him. He was in Germany and I was over here. And so it'd be like midday for him, no problem. And I'd wake up in the middle of the night and be like half awake and record my end on my phone and then send him the recording and pass the fuck out. I don't know who Tim O'Tamman is. Markin, so cool. It's near 7 for me currently. It's 3:51 p.m. currently. It's almost 4. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of were. I might start making like utterly glorious bedrooms, like royal tier bedrooms for my scholars in here. Kind of what I'm thinking about doing. Yeah, wrong side of the continent. What am I making? I'm not sure. I'm thinking about making it into bedrooms. I'm not entirely positive what it'll turn into right now, but multi-floor building. I mean, I might make them into like a statue gardens or something. Maybe an artifact hall. Hall of coins. I'm not sure. Speaking of, I should probably make coins. I'm going to make 10 stacks of coins. My army is known to be here. Nobody's done any expanding except for the elves. What is that? Phasmophobia? I've seen a few people streaming it. What is that? Because I have no idea. Co-op ghost hunting game? With a leveling system? Okay. Is it good? Just because King likes it doesn't mean it's good. In fact, usually when King likes something, it means it's trash. Because King is a connoisseur of trash. So like on the television shows, but not fake and dumb? What kind of ghost it is by taking notes and pictures? Does a player play the ghost, or is it just like... You can talk to spirits and they will answer? Well, that's kind of fun. That does sound like fun, actually. I don't know. I had no idea what it was. I thought it was like some weird Phantasmagoria remake and was confused by its existence. A human caravan from Pesor Ul has come, and streamer needs to use the toilet, so streamer will be right back. Nope, it's a ghost game, and the goal of the game is to figure out what ghost is haunting based on the clues you collect and equipment. Huh. So it's a kind, and it's co-op, eh? Huh. I'm all of a sudden weirdly interested in this game that I knew nothing about. VR or non-VR? Huh. I like spook stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna be playing through Fear towards the end of October for Halloween. Fear 1. Because I haven't played through Fear in years and I'm going blind, so I gotta play through Fear again before I lose all my vision. 'Cause I love Fear. Fear is such a goddamn good game. All right, we're gonna sell these guys some cloth because I got more cloth than realistically I know what the hell to do with. God damn, this soundtrack's full of fucking bangers. Although I've also had some people tell me to stream Darkwood. But I don't know. I got too many games on my list of doing things. I've gone by blind IRL for a long time. Initially, it was just a self-deprecating joke, but it's become more and more real the more... I have no idea what this soundtrack is. Here, I'll link it. It's called Emperor Battle for Dune. No idea what it is. But... Or I'd never heard of it before I heard the soundtrack. And it's... fucking banger of a soundtrack. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Can I ask you to bring me charcoal? And where would I find that? Yeah, right? It's a Westwood game? Hey, wait, is it the sequel to that Dune RTS that wasn't very good? Well, that would explain why it's a fucking banger. Charcoal and miscellaneous? I don't know. I've never imported charcoal before, but I don't want to piss off the elves more than I need to. Ah, there it is. You're right. Thank you. Published by Westwood. Well, it's got a fucking banger of a soundtrack, so I don't really care. Westwood published games? Excuse me? We finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your Craftsdorf ship. We finalized the export agreement. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Published by EA. Okay, that makes more sense. Too much reading. Which is funny because, like, I'm okay with games with a lot of reading, but Sunless Sea was too much reading. I tried playing Sunless Sea, couldn't get into it. Watched enough of Sunless Skies to know I also wouldn't get into it. The next game with lots of reading that I want to get into is Under Rail. Okay, that's why it's just fucking nonstop bangers. Frank Klepaki's a goddamn legend. Speaking of soundtracks, I have very high hopes for the DF soundtrack for the Steam version. Yeah, I must question Tarn a little bit about that. Because I'm very curious about what we're going to get. Because we know that there's a new there's soundtrack stuff coming. The humans keep bringing us wooden chests, so I guess they're going to go into the bedrooms. You misspoke. You mistyped me. I mean, if they could get Frank Klepacki to do a guest track, I'd be so in. But no, I don't think so. That being said, if someone wants to make heavy metal covers of Dwarf Fortress, just whatever you do, please don't get Windrose to do it, because they're terrible. Thank you. Oh, damn. Yeah, no, I mean, we've heard little bits and pieces of DF soundtrack. Like, if you go to the autumn update video that was released by Kit Fox, it has music, which I'm assuming is kind of the style that we're going to get. That's actually, like, the thing I'm most excited for. It's not the tile set. It's not the UI. I just want music. Hey, Phineas. But yeah, no, there's like at least 3 symphonic covers. There's a violin cover. They should get Smooth McGroove to do a cover. I don't know if he does covers by requests, but I took an extra day off, so I canceled the goal, which I realized afterwards apparently refunds the channel points for everybody. So I took a day off, and you got a refund, so... Also, I never realized that this soundtrack is like 6 hours or 3 hours long, rather. Yep. That's why everybody got 1 billion channel points all at once. Unlimited power, Archie? I mean, I don't have unlimited power. I only have so much power. Also, in regards to the comment I made about my eyes earlier, if you want to know more about my eyes, exclamation point eyes in my chat. I do have a old TLDR Google Doc if you want to know. The fuck's up. Although there's more information I need to add, which has come out this past year, but I haven't, like, updated the doc yet. Long story short, I got slipping discs on my eyes, which basically means that the actual lenses of my eyes are dislocated, which can be fixed with surgery, but we'll need surgery, and it's not the safest or most guaranteed surgery. So, yay.
Happy birthday to my sub.
4 months! God damn. I'm always impressed when people keep tier 3 subs around. Thank you very much for keeping that sub around for a 4th month. Welcome back, Lore. Cheers.
Cheese for everyone!
And let me see what you have. No!
It's a good sound command. A knife! That's how I feel about most dwarves half the time. Let me see what you have. Put that down. Don't stab your wrist with it. Eyes with an S here. Actually, exclamation point eyes emoji worked for a little bit. This is another one of the reasons why when people tell me that they're like, I can't see what's going on in Dwarf Fortress, I'm like, well, I can't see legally, so. Legally, I'm blind, and I can see it just fine. In fact, this is clearer than most modern games. So go fucking figure. Although it is fun when I get to be better at games than people with perfect vision. That part makes me happy. It's like, get wrecked. Which is why I originally had the username, was so I could make fun of people when I beat them in League. Or Heroes of New Earth or Counter-Strike or whatever I was playing. There's an owl just dive-bombing us. Eat a banana? You go eat that banana. Oh, really? Yeah, nobody has perfect vision. The craft dwarf ship of the dwarves is unparalleled. Let's make a deal. Give me all your stuff. Mostly the sheet and a couple metals. I don't actually care. I just don't really have a paper industry, so. Oh, fascinating. I like how you guys are still researching this soundtrack. I kind of wish that alongside of the, like, I don't buy games that EA Games publishes, but I kind of wish that alongside of the Command and Conquer remaster they did recently, I kind of wish they sold that soundtrack on vinyl because I would have bought it like that. Just for the Red Alert soundtrack, but can't have everything. Although I need to bother the Caves of Cud people to put that soundtrack on vinyl. Wonder how nicely I'd need to ask Victoria and Kit Fox to put DF music on vinyl. I have a problem. Is wearing glasses? Fingerprint them. Yeah, no, I never actually played Papers, Please. I've watched streams of it, but I never played it. You did? Yeah, I mean, I never touched it. Just wasn't a game that was on my radar at the time. You 100%ed it? Well, I think Stone probably did too. You liked it a lot, you just don't really care for other games like it? I mean, that's often the case, you know? A game will come out and it'll be something unique and special, right? And then a lot of other games will copycat it and never be as good as the original, right? I think Dwarf Fortress is a perfectly good example of that. There's a lot of games that are trying to be like Dwarf Fortress and, like, they're never gonna get anywhere close. I think that there are some games that are like trying to be like Dwarf Fortress, but do something a little bit different. You know, games like RimWorld, which does really well. Also, games like Odd Realm try to be like Dwarf Fortress, but still different. And then, of course, you know, there's, you know, games like Space Haven, which are like more closer to The Sims, but still cite Dwarf Fortress as inspiration. Which, again, it's in space, so that's kind of doing something a little bit different. But there's a whole boatload of games that have been kickstarted and are in some form of early access or another over the past few years that, for lack of a better term, are just trying to clone Dwarf Fortress. That, like, I'm a little worried for them because I don't want developers to lose their jobs, but at the same time, it's like, try and stand out instead of just being Dwarf Fortress, but with UI and graphics. I screwed that up. I think I made those out of iron bars, actually. You tried Not Tonight? Oh yeah, I remember that game. It didn't give you the same satisfaction of being a soulless, efficient automation of a corrupt state. Ooh. Yeah. One of my favorite quotes from Mr. Pope about Papers, Please is that it wasn't intended to be political. It just ended up that way. But then again, there's plenty of quotes about games like that. Like, Tarn Adams has talked about Dwarf Fortress in that way, too. Yeet. Sup? How's Hobo? Reddit just decided to upvote my shit today, and I'm a little confused by it, but I don't mind. How you doing today? Hobo, my monitors have been shipped. Still waiting, though. Although I got the notification that they were shipped at like almost 3 p.m. They say that they're going to arrive by 8. Also, you just slipped into depression. I'm sorry. You really like spears, so I gave you a wooden spear and told you to train with it because I'm scared you're going to snap. But, like, you're still haggard due to the tremendous stresses placed on you. Literally, all of your thoughts are positive aside from the been away from family for too long. It's not my fault you have no fucking family. You got so many kindred spirits and beautiful friends, and your lover's dead. But, like, ah! Oh, speaking of Pog, check this out. This arrived. TLDR, if you've never heard of this band, you should listen to Weed Pecker. I don't know if I can stream this one. Probably can. I need to email their record label and ask, but they're so fucking good. Marijuana is not required, but improves the experience. I'll post the link. Give me a second. Yeah, for those of the people in chat that may not be. I think I'm actually going to knock those two down. Oops, no, not markers. Let's do that. I wonder how my well is doing. Still tons. But yeah, no, I ordered that 3 months ago, and it just arrived. This is how long it takes to ship things from anywhere to anywhere now. It's like 3 months. 3 goddamn months. That is actually something that I'm very curious about with this fortress, is how long the playtime will be by the end. Because I'm genuinely curious for that. What's my frame rate? A little low right now because I'm doing construction. But it's in the high 40s. Just guessing. It is disabled, yeah. I don't like having it up there. I find it distracting. But the only time we really have frame rate issues are when a new moon happens. Because whatever were creatures are in the world suddenly become active. And that causes frame rate problemos. But in general, the frame rate's closer to 60. It's usually in the high 50s. I can just kind of tell. Like now it's it's back up in the 50s again, based on the speed that they're going. Everyone's screwing up counting now. Yeah, I know, right? The secret to keeping it going is type it in and wait to see if somebody else is typing first. Because if somebody else is typing, then you'll plop it in at the same time. There's like actual strategy to it. There's a baby vomiting, which means they're probably in need of clothing. It's Nervicious. How old are you, Nervicious? 6. Late summer, you're 60. I was very confused today. Somebody popped in and just informed me that I had more viewers than some random person I'd never heard of. I looked them up and they were a Mario Sunshine speedrunner, and I'm just like, am I supposed to know this person? Can I get a round or investments are open in chat. I don't need a round of beers. I mean, you can do that too. But investments are open if you wish to invest your ticket. I just found that very strange. I'm still trying to figure out what that person meant by that. Dang. I didn't look long enough. I'll be completely honest. Didn't look long enough. I literally just like opened them up in another tab and was just like, I don't know this person. Close the tab. It's like, thanks for informing me that I have more viewers than person I've never met nor heard of. Whatever that means. Where'd my granite blocks go? Fucking hell, this track. This whole soundtrack's a goddamn banger. I'm gonna crank it up a little bit. Looks like we found a little bit more iron ore, not much. The individual tile right there. How you can anchor a point in a really long PDF. I've never tried. What do you mean? Are ads getting around your ad block? I've heard reports that the ads are getting more efficient at making you watch them on Twitch. That's the one that I want to spend. Autumn has come. Do I ever get sad after losing a run? Depends on the run. Also, the tribute from Nilukun Abo has arrived. Human merchant. This is from the realm of stone. Bum ba da 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 dum ba da 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 dum ba da dum bum ba da 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 dum bum ba da dum bum ba da 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 dum. You want a link to the parts that you're reading? Oh, screenshot it? That's what I would do. The realms of stone have arrived to pay tribute to the great Dwarven Protectors. They have brought us 1 alpaca wool rope, 5 horse cheese, a copper mace, 5 fisher berries, 1 rope reed bag, 24 bilberries, fisherberry seeds, 5 individual fucking raspberries, 1 hemp rope, 1 hemp bag, 1 sand, a walnut wood splint, and an alpaca leather quiver. Actually, all of that's useful. You mean my legitimate defense business? My perfectly legitimate, 100% legal, honest, working dwarf business. So last year, the other faction brought me... What was the blood stone? It was 4 something blood. 1 sand and 1 bag, yeah. 1 bag of sand. Like bringing me charcoal. Although I would actually be really happy if they brought me charcoal. Security consulting business. Yes, perfectly legitimate security consulting business. Hey, Mitsus. Also, I'm gonna sell out for a second. Just remind everybody, it's Tuesday, and no one's on that gift sub leaderboard yet. So if you want to get a #1 badge for the rest of the week, gift somebody a subscription. Streamers got to pay bills. Also have a Patreon and stuff. Computer sec? What? Oh, like computer security? I mean, dwarves don't have computer last I checked. No, my dwarves are doing the perfectly legitimate business of telling people that we will stab their faces in if they don't send us tribute once a year for the rest of their lives. So thus they bring us tribute for the rest of our lives, because our spear dwarves are very good at their jobs. And then secure it? I mean, that sounds like work. Although probably not that bad on frame rate. I just need a lot of vampires. How's my military looking? Exactly the same as last person who asked. We have 9 swords masters. Or 5 sword masters and 4 spear masters. And they're fully geared out in steel with steel weapons. My name is Mr. Gushfab. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. And I'm not a man, so I should have a higher pitched voice. But whatever. Let's discuss your situation. I can't do voices. There is much to share. Woo! Actual new information for my maps. Oh, crap. I hit escape too quickly. I want to look at the maps. Crew, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. But what's going on? Oh, we're invading the goblins again? Haven't given up on that yet? Although I kind of wish the goblins would just invade my dwarves. So that I could become the mountain home. This is a very precarious route into the fortress. I kind of want to pave this area in like gold or something dumb. Gold or iron, maybe? Screw it. For potential murals. Lots of open space for potential things in general. That's not even, like, considering the underground areas. Like, all of this that I've dug out. Or all of the statues that I've made and placed down there. That's just how I've been disposing of my lead, is making lead statues. By the dozen. Speaking of... Year 60 coins. This is a stack of 500 coins for the year 60. On the front of the coin is a finely designed image of dwarves and goblins. The dwarves are fighting with the goblins. The artwork relates to the attack of the seductions of living of the joyous devil at Spider Desert by the Ignited Creation in the early summer of 24. During Uling Gozkun, the Crazed Siege. On the back of the coin is a rendition of the Band of Cloistering, an image of a bolt, an image of the Ignited Creation, a dwarven civilization. Which is interesting because, like, my mountain home has been, like, at war with this goblin fortress for a very, 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 very long time. Since about year 10, I'd say they've been at war, on and off, kind of non-stop. So the Crazed Siege is a very apt name. Very patriotic. You know what? I don't know if you can do this, but can you design your own coins if you have a king? Because that would actually be really cool. That'd be a neat little feature, actually. I'm just assuming that that's not a thing because I've never seen or heard of that. But man, if we ever actually get economy back in, I'd love to see something like that. All right, let's trade. Also, King is a legendary weaponsmith. Loves his goddamn job. And dreamed of raising a family, and even though his significant other died, his dream was realized. Why not check? You sure it's at the artist's aggression? Nope, there's no details. It's just mint silver coins. It's just a coin with a picture of a coin, 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 on a picture of a coin, with a picture of a coin. It's a very self-referential coin that has a picture of a coin. Or it'd be even better if you had like an artifact with a picture of your coin on it. Right? And then you made a coin with that had a picture of that artifact with a picture of the coin on it. Then you made an artifact with a picture of a... And it continues. So yeah, no, you can't. You can suspend them. Still, I think that would be neat. If you could like design what your coins look like and then sent out a messenger to tell them to make all your coins look like that. You know, I have a feeling people will start to believe me that I can actually finish this once we start hitting year 200 or so. Also, a lot of people seem to be shocked at the concept of me not attacking everybody that moves. They're like, how are you getting around, like, the taking over settlements bug? I'm like, I'm not taking over settlements. We're a trade hub. I think a lot of people just play Dwarf Fortress one way, and that's murder everything that moves! And it's, like, perfectly viable to just not do that. Good question, Stone. I'm almost more interested in, like, watching the family trees grow. Not Murder Hobo? No Murder Hobo. I don't actually think you could have the name Murder Hobo on Twitch. It's like, how did you get around the equipment lists bug with sending out soldiers? That was the person's question. It's like, well, I'm not invading anybody. I think Clinodev agrees. It's actually, like, shockingly not that hard to keep the game stable from what I can tell. Just don't overdo it and don't overproduce anything. Speaking of that, I think I may have overproduced cloth a little bit. I'm actually gonna stop weaving cloth for a little bit. Spend those jobs. I know it's been way before Krug. In fact, I'd say Krug is way more peaceful than your average DF player. All right, I'm gonna go grab me some water. 2 seconds. You mean the fact that there's no cats in this fort? I have no cats and no dogs for a reason. I do have pigs, but I'm very careful about quelling the population. Speaking of, I need to eat a bunch of them. And also, they're all restrained to one spot. They're all restrained to one spot, so they're not constantly pathing everywhere. Makes them not a problem for frames. No, I think a lot of people who play video games for one reason, and that's murder everything that moves. Doesn't matter what the game is. You know, like, it's a lot of RPGs where you can just... You're factory farming? Basically, yeah. I have a cluster of pigs right here. I geld most of the males, keep one male ungelded. And once or every other year or so, we murder them all and make them into meals. All right, that is very belated. Did you fall asleep, Infinity? Yeah, Jess rated us earlier. It's very kind of her. Pathfinding ain't no joke. No, you're not wrong. It's only really when they collide with each other that it's a problem. I think a lot of people put way more worry into pathfinding. Like, yes, pathfinding will slow stuff down just having creatures up and about, but as long as you keep the overall population down, you're okay. The one big concern I have is if we suddenly start getting a lot of guests, but We haven't yet, so if that starts to happen, like, I've got a human maceman and a human bowman, and I get enough guests that, like, I see them and I recognize them. These two are with this diplomat, or with the royal treasurer, the diplomat. The outpost liaison doesn't really have a posse. There's a bowman that visits me once a year, a goblin bow user, ranger, who comes by every couple of years and hangs out for a bit. And I have another human who comes by every so often. And that's basically it. Like, no big performance troops or anything. But that might start happening later in the world. But right now, we don't really have the issue of that. And keep me dwarves from getting in a bar fight with necromancers. Yeah, it's a bad fight because you don't win. He cuts your arm off and then reses your arm, and then you have to beat your arm up and he laughs at you. Or runs away screaming because, oh god, it's an arm! Something like that. Also, still getting a lot of relatively new faces in the channel. So if you're new here, on October 1st, we're having Tarn Adams, Cody 1, on the stream at 3 p.m. Pacific time. So if you'd like to submit a question that may or may not get asked, !interview, and click on that forum and submit a question. I'm deleting doubles and dumb, irrelevant questions. Try and keep them on topic. By that, I mean dwarfy things. There's a lot of questions about myths and magic. I get the feeling that people are way more interested in myths and magic than Steam, which I tend to agree with. Another 9 GB flight sim update? It's nowhere near as bad as Call of Duty. You'll be fine. But that's good, Simplex. Sleep is good. You should get sleep. God, this is a good soundtrack. Oh no. Hobo just had an upset moment. Let's see what we have for drinks in the fort, because we got a lot of drinks in the fort. All right, we got split beer, barley wine, quinoa beer. I wonder what quinoa beer would taste like. That actually would be pretty good, I would think. Your flight simulation level is currently 170. That's not bad. All things considered, Hobo, that's not that bad. Like, all of the incredibly high-resolution textures in that game, that's not ridiculous. 117 gigs is like, for a game that size, I'm shocked it's not bigger, actually. I mean, it is kind of a map of the world. And that's all locally stored, too, I think. White mullet beer, potato wine, cranberry wine, bilberry wine, blackberry wine, raspberry wine, dwarven ale, prickleberry wine, fisherberry wine, river spirits, apricot wine, plum wine, dwarven wine, and strawberry wine. I mean, Final Fantasy 15 is like 160 gigs. So... Let me fact check that. Yeah, 156 gigs after install. 100 gig download after install. Hot Boy Road Trip the Final Fantasy is a little big. Little big. Just like the Russian music group. Speaking of Final Fantasy, I don't really give a shit about the Final Fantasy games, but that new one looks pretty. And supposedly has the combat director of Devil May Cry working on it, like ex-Capcom guy. Your Arc install is 200 gigs. Oh, God. My DF install is... Let's find out. 4 gigs. For a game that doesn't have graphics, that's a lot. For a game with 2 minutes of music and no graphics, that's a lot. Nope, the birds are back. They're scaring my piggies. Four gigabyte DF. Yeah, I got a lot of worlds. Although I'm really curious to know how big this world save is going to be once we're done. Time to turn on the Eternal Guard to defend us from these buzzards. Hi, Kerbanog. Every same game in DF is about 200 megabytes to start with. It's about that, yeah. Yeah, they're not that big. But, like, again, considering it's a game without graphics, it's kind of a lot.
You like pain? Here's more.
40. That's a lot. Go blind.
You know, you're like one of like 4 40-month resubs that have come through so far. It's a fucking long-ass time, man. Like, am I considered old streamer now? Because 40 months, man. Fucking tits. And I realize that's only since, like, 2017, right? Like, I've been streaming since 2013. Actively since 2014. First stream in 2012, like... Ah! My phone just vibrated. Me mumsy's coming by. She's bringing me more needles. Woo. I mean, I'm kind of... I don't want to call myself Twitch OG, but I don't think that that's necessarily correct. Because Twitch OG is like the guys that were on Justin TV, but... Out of context, it would be amazing. I mean, it's true. My mom's bringing me more needles. There is no citation needed. Just fact. That is what is happening. Alright, how have you been, Vlam? Dwarf Fortress is probably a year out of getting graphics. And then you can join us in the nightmares that is DF. It fucking bops. It's a game called Emperor Battle for Dune. It's a Westwood game that I think was some sort of sequel to Dune, published like the RTS. It's an RTS game, and its music is by Frank Klepacki, which is like, you know, like some of the best video game music ever written. I've never seen gameplay of it. I'm assuming it's similar to Dune the RTS, but it's just fucking nonstop bangers. Here, I'll give you a link. It's Frank Klepacki, which is, you know, Command and Conquer. Has anyone heard of Bardcore? I've heard of Bardcore, unfortunately, yes. You're all in on it recently? Have you heard of Clowncore, though? I've gotten way too into electric hurdy-gurdy recently. In fact, I found an artist that has electric hurdy-gurdy, and they have it on vinyl, and I want to buy it, and I want to stream it, but I haven't been able to find the rights. So... yeah, which is one of the factions, right? When's the next tribute? Spring. We're in late autumn. There's one in summer and one in spring. One beginning of summer and one in the beginning of spring. I don't know. I don't like covers. Write your own damn music, Flam. I'm not a covers person. Regardless, it's all fucking bangers, Kale. But most of, like, the metal-y bangers are definitely Frank Klepacki. Which means it's probably gonna, like, nuke my VOD or something. Hopefully it doesn't. I'll be very upset if it does. Yeah, I generally hate covers. There's a few rare exceptions. But most cases, if there's a cover, I want to listen to the original, not the cover. So it's like, if you can write original music, okay, I'll listen to whatever you want to do, but there's only one cover I actually like. Genuinely, unironically, okay? Just let me find it for you. There it is. Enjoy. I'm waiting for the response. You know, Vlam, somebody the other day asked me if my emotes are supposed to be Among Us blokes with their helmets off, and I was upset. You don't know how to respond to that. Goffer's got it right. I ain't hating Among Us. I don't want to play it.
1,000 years.
1,746 years you've been subscribed to my channel. Wait, no, not that 1,000. How you doing? Eggman, cheers, man. Thanks for the 40 months. Thank God the fucking smoke's gone, yeah? God damn. We started today, year 57. We're now on year 60. No, that's definitely Crypt Cheese you typed in. It's Crypt Beer is that emote. Crypt Cheer would be bad, because that would make people actually, I don't think you can make an emote that's like your prefix and then cheer. I don't think they let you do that anymore. I know you can do cheers, but I don't think you can do cheer, because then it would turn into, you know, cheering. It would turn into throwing money at me, which I don't think Twitch lets you do. Speaking of weird bugs with Twitch, though, a friend of mine found a weird bug with Twitch. If you have somebody's VIP or modded in your chat, and they get banned from the site, as in, like, their account removed, you can't unmod them or un-VIP them. It just says you are unable to remove VIP, which is fine with modding, because you can just mod as many people as you want. But you only have a certain number of VIP badges based on how many subscribers you have. So that sucks. Called Emote 100? I don't know. Although I did see somebody with the username Cheer100, which I thought was kind of funny. Just literally their username was... And I can't type it in, but you can @ them. It was funny. Way to go, Twitch. Right? Yeah, it's limited. I think I have access to 40. I'd need to check. It might be 50. I got plenty of extra ones, but it gives you it's actually like a pretty cool badge. It gives you all of the sub perks without actually being a subscriber, so you don't see any ads or anything. We're on year 60. We started at year 5. We're trying to get to year 1005. And I'm on stream 20 of about 5 to 6 hours per. So pretty fucking far in. You know what's a stream that I'm legitimately looking forward to, chat? Every New Year's I stream Getting Over It. I can't wait to get over 2020. Getting over 2019 was tough for me, but man, I can't wait to get over 2020. But yeah, no, we're not too far in. But we are getting second generation dwarves, which is interesting. We got a few of them now, actually. Including Narvicious, who her entire family, I think it's a she. Narvicious, are you a girl? Can't remember. His entire family is in the fortress, which is interesting, including younger sister. She also has her entire family in the fortress. That'd be weird if they weren't. You worship 2 gods? Interesting. But yeah, no, we do usually marathons, but it's gonna be fun to play Getting Over It again. I like that game. It's oddly relaxing. A lot of people expect me to rage at it, but I never do. It's just oddly relaxing. You've seen people with those kinds of usernames too? Yeah. Oh, also, Eggman, I don't know if you've looked at my Discord recently, but I might lose Discord partner because the activity wasn't high enough. I've never gotten over it, technically. No, I've never beaten Getting Over It. One day I'll beat it. But I might lose Discord partner because the activity on my Discord isn't high enough. So now we have 2 rooms, right? One that's just for trying to count to 1 million. And another one that's just we tell random stories by typing in 1 word at a time. It's kind of funny to like scroll up and read the garbage that we put in there. But regardless, I'm way beyond the amount of activity that we need, so keep it up, guys. Now I just need to convince like 2 more people to join the Discord a week, and we good. Because they changed the requirements for Discord partner. It used to just be have 10,000 followers on a platform. Now it's have 10,000 followers on a platform and also have an X amount of activity. Maybe we need to keep this up, right? That's the thing. I'm on 3 months probation, so fingers crossed. Activity's high enough. I just need to get more people into the Discord. So if you're not and you're interested in helping me keep Discord partner, join my Discord. Yeah, I need to have new people joining. It's something like I need 10 people to join a week, and only 2 people can leave. So, don't leave. But it's mostly just to keep the up the interaction thing. So, like, this is the kind of stuff that we're writing. Whilst everybody went home, cats slunk about plotting malevolent misdeeds involving zebras and applesauce. It's just a bunch of dumb. Kind of reminds me of old internet a little bit. Because, I don't know, I've got one of the oldest servers on Discord. I want to, you know, keep it Discord partnered if at all possible. All right. We constructed 1,000 rock blocks. Good job, dwarves. Dude, applesauce is pretty awesome, and I could use some applesauce right now. I love that we have a whole zoo and all of the animals in my zoo are covered in... Oh no! My Wolverine died. I'm sad. We have a slug, a wren, fluffy wambler, a cockatiel, another fluffy wambler, a cardinal, but they've all turned white because they're all covered in snow. Like the green tree frog is normally green, but he's covered in snow, so he's white. Yeah, kind of bad for them. How are you not dead? There's no way this dwarf should still be alive, but somehow is. All right, guys. So I've been streaming for 8 hours, and I'm kind of expecting some monitors to arrive in the next hour. So I want to make dinner and like get about doing that stuff so that I can set up monitors when they arrive. It's been a good stream today, everybody, and yeah, kind of a sudden end, but I've been kind of thinking about it for the last like 10 minutes, and my brain's starting to shut off. My blood sugar's a little high, so. I just want to say, seriously, massive thank you to everybody who's hung out today, right? And I can't remember where my buttons are. There it is. Seriously, though, massive thank you to everybody who's hung out today. Normally I do a game in the evening, but I kind of want to keep today a little shorter because I did kind of just, like, die 2 days ago and sleep for like 18 hours. So